Also helps if I have the recap up. Just a smidgen. Alright. Looks like it is successfully recording, so let's get this recap going and jump right in. Alright. So, it's been a little bit since the last session. Had some issues where we couldn't go last week, so this is going to be a slightly longer recap, but not too long. Just make sure everybody's fully kind of up to speed. So, our last session, and you arrived back in Aidenwall, having been teleported back. You all tried to send messages to yourselves and to Remy, who was still missing from the group. You discovered that the messages to yourselves didn't really quite work, but you did discover that Remy was still alive and in transit to Aidenwall, as well as Willow's horse Nene. Seeing all the treasure about, you dumped several of your containers of their contents and took as much treasure as possible and burying the rest. Mordecai then made his way to the Church of Click. He turned in a token that would guarantee him an audience with the Canoness Yde for support against the fiendish invasion of Aidenwall that was soon to come. While he was discussing alliances, the rest of you decided to head to the Dancing Dwarf Inn to take a short rest before heading over to the Druid's Grove to also try to vie for support not only from the Druids but the Fey folk that live there. During these conversations for support, you all discovered that the Mayor's Manor was ablaze. Both Mordecai and the rest of the group from the Grove charged in, discovering that the mayor had been slain, as you yourselves narrowly avoided being trapped under the collapsing flaming timbers of the structure. As you exited, you saw a score of fiends in the sky, led by a devilish woman with a wicked halberd. As things seemed pretty grim, angelic beings, Fey as well as druids, turned up and helped force the tide of battle in your favor, eventually having the fiends retreat back through the portal whence they came. You then spent the following week in Aidenwall while waiting for the arrival of the Nemesis. As their arrival grew nigh, you decided to go to the Basilisk Mines and wait. This location was far enough from town that no one would be hurt from any conflicts if they should arrive. However, eventually Nemesis did arrive. And when they arrived, they began questioning the validity of the claim that Abigail was indeed Zamir. In a test to prove who he was, they handed Abigail a golden rod and asked that Zamir conjured his iconic weapon of legend. He did so, but at great cost to his own health. With this proof, the Nemesis began to encroach on the rest of you. However, Zamir prevented them from attacking you. Also claimed that you were the ones that brought him back when the Nemesis took too long. A being known as the Arch-Heretic requested that their original forms be restored, that their fallen generals, Xavier and another called Legion, be returned back into the world in order to bring the Nemesis back to their true power. Zamir did restore them, but told them that Xavier could not be raised until his gift, a ebon bow, was returned. Zamir also said that Legion could not be summoned until the Towers of Twilight were restored. After the Nemesis left on their duties, Zamir pulled a succubus from the mountain's rock, said that she had been following the group since they left Aidenwall. The succubus was bound and shackled, and told her tale of how her power over the mayor was suddenly lost. From her conversation, you deducted that this was about the same time that you had returned from Aidenwall after your battle with the Hag Coven. She also mentioned how the link to the mayor was not only broken, but was suddenly switched to a curious half-orc girl. She gestured towards Senosha, and she didn't know why. But she didn't have time to think on this as a Rakshasa showed up and killed the mayor. During your conversation, Zamir divinated the location of a unique key that he said would be needed to defeat the Nemesis once and for all. But he also quickly discovered that there was a problem, mentioning that Newt was about to make the key useless and that you needed to go now. Not wasting any time, you teleported to what looked to be a beautiful, secluded grotto. There was a boy, still barely a teen, who was bathing in a small pond under a waterfall. Zamir gestured to the boy and mentioned that he was the key. As you all approached, startling the boy thought you were all mercenaries or bounty hunters sent by some mayor. During this brief conversation, you noticed something moving quite fast under the blue waters towards the boy. Mordecai, not wasting any time, used his new staff of charming, called the Eye of Ona, to command the boy to charge out of the lake. Magically compelled, he did so, and then it was discovered the boy was actually a centaur, more of a half-elf, half-pony by the size. The entity under the water revealed itself to be the personification of nature's beauty, a creature commonly known as a nymph. She mentioned that she was sent by Newt to cheer the boy up, as Newt took pity on the boy as he reminded him of Sebastian, another face centaur whom Newt loved dearly. Zamir used more of his precious vitae to put a stop to all the commotion and madness. He threatened the bound succubus and proposed a deal for her freedom, to separate the nymph from the boy and to keep the boy from being corrupted. The nymph was quite upset at this, as she was mandated by her archfey Newt, and was unable to leave until Newt's will was done. This is when the succubus and the nymph began to get into more of a physical quarrel, and as such Willow also became quite physical, breaking up the quarrel by slapping them both with the back of her gauntleted hands. When all was finally calmed down, Remy approached the boy and asked why he thought they were after him. The boy then told a story of how he was transformed into a centaur by some unknown dark magic, and also wrongfully accused of forcing himself onto the mayor's cheating wife. That is when Willow recognized the boy. She recognized him from the night she desecrated Newt's temple back in Aurora. Back when she was trying to sell her wares to the various acolytes and the centaur warriors within. She realized that She was the one responsible for driving the boy to the grotto from her actions in Aurora. Zamir mentioned that the boy was not only a key to a lock, but the lock contained something that the Nemesis feared, and it was something that would be needed to defeat them. But in order to use this, the boy would have to remain pure in all aspects, mind, body, and soul, or he would be of no use, and there was not enough time or energy to find another key. Zamir wanted to discuss something else, but was a bit weak. Said that you needed to head to a town called Aldrath. Needed to investigate how a precious metal that he called Knack, was being mined when no mortal tool was capable of chipping away the precious metal. Abigail woke, covered in blood, as a terrified centaur lad and a confused group glanced at one another, with a look that had only more questions than answers. And this is where we're going to continue our story.
Well, shall we get going?
Just a moment.
Okay, now shall we get going?
I have some things for people. Bree.
Yes.
I think that this will help you out, and he hands you the knitted cap with that looks like an octopus.
Thank you.
To help you breathe underwater if the need comes by. Barth.
Yeah.
I have this for you. And he hands you a cloak that looks like leathery black bat wings. You will need to attune to this, but it will give you flight for an hour.
Alright, that seems useful.
Villo, here, and he hands you the helm that looks like knitted hair made of papers, like the judge's hair. It's a helm of comprehend languages. And Von was a thing, and he reaches into his bag of holding and pulls out a long halberd. Are you familiar with the enchantment Vicious? The Vicious halberd, and he offers it to her.
Yeah, it's like super duper angry.
Very. He hands it to her, and then pulls out a number of pouches and hands them out to everybody. It's 750 gold. This is the earnings from the inn back in Ralden.
Yay, now I can afford food again.
Oh.
Is there anything else you wanted to tell him, Mordecai?
Yeah, so, the lady, in Ralden, she has given us, a keep.
Keep what?
So, a few minor details that Mordecai is leaving up there. Back when you had Barth, the hero of Ralden, the aftermath of defeating the undead Titan, You had a lot of people coming to you for money. One of the persons that came to you was a noblewoman asking for 10,000 dragons, gold coins, which you did lend her. While she got word that Mordecai was in Reldon, she paid him a visit. Not only paid back what she borrowed, but also offered up the property as sort of a thanks, a mark of prestige, if you would. He didn't just go there and like trip over, hey, look, it's an empty place.
Right.
Mordecai explains all that.
So I would like to quickly mention this out of character. I might need to send that gold to Imri, which I actually have a way to do. Here's a very important question. Lauren, would Barth have cleaned his clothing by now?
Most likely, yeah. Well,
Damn.
Since when specifically?
Last you guys saw Imri.
Yeah, probably.
You
Why?
mean weeks ago?
Well, you
Yeah.
see, if you didn't, I could probably find one of her hairs on you and then send her the money through Galder's Speedy Courier. Very useful spell, by the way. I love this spell.
Okay, but why me specifically?
She kept climbing on top of you to use you as a mount.
Oh, right. Right, I remember that.
She marked you as her territory. I'm sorry, Barth.
Well, he's used to it at this point.
He's used to just strange women climbing all over him and trying to, mark him as their own. It's just Tuesday for Barth.
Sometimes he even likes it.
Sometimes. But those are stories for another day.
He mostly likes it. Mostly. Oh, hey, Rick.
I'm stubborn. I decided to play.
Ah. All right. Well, we've already gone over
If I have to
recapping.
run to the facilities periodically, I'll just do that.
All right. We'll manage. But good to know you're back. Now, Comey, is there anything you want to go over with the group from your downtime?
Nope. Everything was.
Okay.
I got kind of drunk. Yeah, nothing of note happened.
Oh, I totally believe that. 100%. Definite.
Do any of you happen to know like an Iron Ronin or any? Asking for a friend.
I
Alright.
think I might be on the wrong character for that. Actually, no, I think Barth was there when Imri saw that, wasn't he?
Yes. I know what encounter you're speaking. Yes, Barth was there.
Also, didn't Newt mention that when we went to the Feywild?
Part of the reason why she was christening champions, yes.
Yeah. Well, that's something. What about it, Willow?
I have something to tell you. Barth, he is your father.
My father's a fisherman.
The Iron Ronin's a fisherman?
Is he? Why am I taking you seriously, Willow?
Ah, well, I'm not sure in this case. All I know is he's probably coming soon, so
Great, that's just one more thing that we need to deal with. Alright then.
he's seen me. I don't know what that means, though.
Does it would it mean something other than it would normally?
I don't know. That's what Newt said, so it could be.
Oh, so that could mean basically anything. Got it. Well, alright then. So if everything else is... So that's covered everything. I guess we should get on our way.
Well, considering all the recent events and happenings, probably would be best to rest, since none of your characters have rested since leaving Aidenwall, going to the Basilisk Mine, being teleported to the grotto, having to pimp slap, a few fae, and dealing with all this craziness.
Question.
I
Is the
answered-
succubus the same one that we were freed from the shop?
Yes, but she doesn't know about the shop because that was
Well, yeah,
almost-
because that didn't happen anymore because time travel is weird. But yeah, okay, that was what I figured.
yeah, looks as you remembered, just less cages, and yeah, her and the nymph do not like each other.
It's okay. I don't like her either.
No, I'm not too fond of I'm not too fond of Ree as well.
But it's okay. We're all going to be friends here.
Sure, let's go with that.
Barth, you just gotta believe.
And the succubus will just hold up her manacled arms. Just, do you always bind your friends up in bondage? And the nymph just, well, I don't mind being a little more friendly to some of you. And just kind of looks over towards the boy, and that's when poor Willow and the succubus babysitting duties begin.
Right, so since you're going to be staying up tonight, Barth, can you do me a super big favor?
Sure. It's, typically what I do. What do you need?
Right, I'm going to draw this nice line in the dirt. Don't let either of them cross it.
Alright. I guess that's doable.
Wouldn't it be easier just to put a chastity belt on both of them?
I mean, do you have such a device?
He slowly reaches for his gun.
I don't think that's how that.
You'll say,
Yeah,
wow, we learned something about Aetherius and Layla's relationship that we really never
No,
inquired about.
that might just be more of his upbringing. His answer has always been gun.
That raises more questions that we're not ready for the answers to.
Some things are best not, or some mysteries are better left unanswered.
So, question. Since the Nemesis arrived and you were all teleported, who has that golden rod? The one that the little girl turned into a pair of vicious-looking axes and then turned it back into a golden rod again.
You mean my lord's precious weapon?
I mean, you have that platinum-looking scimitar that looks, pristine and almost holy in a way. Is that the weapon you speak of?
Well, that's definitely what she's holding on to. But does anyone else want to try to do it? That was a really cool trick.
I'm not so good with weapons.
Willow will flail around the rod trying to make something happen.
Tell me she
You
makes
know-
noises with her mouth when she does it, like...
What are y'all
Okay.
even talking about?
You miss so much.
Don't worry. Don't worry. I don't understand what's going on either.
Oh, okay. So
Aetherius is gonna hold his hand out of morbid curiosity.
You know,
So
Willow,
Lord
I
Zamir
may
took
not be an expert in magic, but I don't think that's how you do it.
I mean, somehow Lord Zamir made this ordinary rod turn into super duper cool. Okay. If you want to give it a try, Aetherius.
All right. Once it's handed over to
Wait
me,
a minute. Never mind. Disregard.
what were you gonna say?
Nothing.
No. You were gonna say something. Don't back out of it. Tell us.
No, I mean, right as they're saying, like, made a rod. What the hell? And my doorbell rings right freaking now. I'll be back.
Faye calling! Don't answer it, it's Newt.
He knows the truth. He has to be silenced.
Apparently. It was all the DoorDash that he ordered. No. Okay, so while he's doing that, Aetherius, what's going on?
Well, first off, now that I'm holding on to it, let me see if I have the spell I hope I have. Ah, yes, Identify. I'm gonna cast Identify.
Okay, so before like even the 10 minutes go by as you're given this perfectly cylindrical 12-inch rod, it's like 12 inches by 1 inch. It's almost like a pipe. Flawless, like no markings, anything on it. Doesn't even look like it's got a speck of dirt on it. As Willow hands it to Aetherius, at first it just feels like a heavy rod. But only for a moment in your hands, Aetherius. After a few moments, you feel a warmth kind of emanate from it. Then, as the warmth kind of grows and just kind of cascades up your arm a bit, your vision kind of gets foggy. You start to see pictures, images just kind of flash and flood your mind. Images of floating islands, of just these scores of dragons, not fighting, just almost just flying about these floating island homes. You see almost flashes of a giant draconic eye in your mind's eye. In between these different flashes, you see what looks to be like you're floating yourself in the clouds. And you look down upon the land, and it's not the world as you know it. It's almost like the world from another age. None of the landmarks that you recognize are there. In fact, you see great turmoil and conflict below. Creatures of nightmarish descriptions fighting with giants and dragons alike on the lands below. A great war. And that's when your vision kind of comes back to reality. And the rest of you see this, like, you just see him just kind of stand there for a moment, just like almost that 80-yard stare. The rod begins to shift and change into an elongated, hooked spear. And when your vision comes back to you, Aetherius, in your hand is no longer the rod, but this elongated spear. And everybody's just staring at you with this awkward silence.
Well, that seems to have worked.
He must hit the button. Where's the button? Where's the button?
I don't think there's a button. So, one second. I have a question.
Mhm.
I've been meaning to ask this. So, with his bloodline, that has ties to whatever the hell, I forgot the actual name of the group. I've been meaning to ask if he would have heard anything about them, or while he was traveling, which then leads into wondering if this would or ping on that radar of oh fuck, or if this pings on some other crazy group.
So, I mean, just in travels, you hear like the folk tales, you know, of the family lineage because of what they did. They're both honored and revered, but also feared, just with the forces that they kind of tangle with to achieve those goals, those accomplishments. Apparently, there's more to your family's history than meets the eye.
Can I attempt to identify what I am looking at in front of me?
Well, I mean, if you think Aetherius is, you know, like a doppelganger, go right ahead.
No, more the beautiful golden weapon.
Oh,
So what happened?
everybody's casting Identify on Aetherius because it's what they do. But I'll go with Aetherius's Identify results in a moment. And Willow, you're doing the same casting Identify?
No, I'm trying to identify if I've heard of such a weapon in his.
Make a history check.
What is the weapon?
It's a golden spear.
Out of character, I know exactly what this shit is.
I know what you do. Shut your dirty mouth!
Out of character, so do I. 20.
Ooh. Dirty 20 with...
Yeah, ignore the 5.
Okay, I was gonna say, I'm like, where's this 5 coming? That's not even...
I don't know why Channel Divinity was still turned on. But that's 20 with +5 to my
You
persuasion.
gotta stop
to
wearing those
convince
revealing
history to tell-
outfits when you channel that divinity. That's why it gets turned on. See? You gotta be careful with that. Well, with the 20 on your history, yeah. Just in culmination with some of the research that Willow has done, considering with, you know, certain cults and religious orders, most certainly this fits the description of one of the dragon spears of legend, ancient weapons that supposedly only those considered, the dragons considered kin, were able to use, and they were great tools in the fight against great evils of the dragons. Rumored is that all the spears were created from the remains of their once prolific dragon emperor who was killed by Zamir.
Willow is drooling at it. Hey, a theory.
Yes.
I'll buy that off you.
I
What was it
don't
before?
think you're gonna get it to
Yeah.
work. You know that golden stick?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a golden stick before 5 minutes ago.
No, I mean, you said someone turned it into. Hold on. Damn it. I'm not even in character voice. Hold up a second. You're telling me that someone previously turned this into a weapon. What kind of weapon was it when that person? Can it become any kind of weapon you want it to, or what?
I don't think so. And before it was Lord Zamir's personal weapons.
Who's Lord Zamir?
The girl.
The
Well, I
the
mean-
mad god who's currently in the little.
Never mind. I'm gonna go back to sleep.
I'll give you 700 gold for it.
He looks visually pained at her obliviousness to this before just handing it to her. See if you can make it into a weapon.
I assume the minute it leaves his hand, it's back to the rod.
Not the minute of it, but the moment that like it would touch your hand, it does transform back into the rod. So it's no longer a spear by the time it reaches Willow's palm.
So wait a second. Who made it turn into a spear?
Aetherius.
Furious.
Is he dragon blood?
I don't
Not-
know. How does one test to see if one is dragon blood? Here, we're gonna make it bleed a little bit, and I'm gonna lick it and taste for dragon.
I don't.
I mean,
that-
I'm not
it
an
don't work that way.
expert. I'm not an expert, but I don't
doesn't
think
work
that's
that
how that works.
You know, this is like 3 steps away from becoming that scene from The Thing where everybody's just tied down and they're getting their hands cut in petri dishes with a flamethrower attached to it to test everyone out. It's going to devolve into that. Watch.
Well, I suppose we'll pass it around to everyone else, see if anyone else is dragon blooded. If I can't use it, Aetherius, I'm only going to be able to pay you 300 for it. All right. 300's too much? Okay.
How about
250?
350?
Aren't you supposed to be bartering upwards?
I mean, a stick made of gold about that size. Realistically, you're looking at about, what would you say, Layla? 100, 150?
She's
That's
looking at
also
that.
a
She's
holy relic.
like she's just got like this smirk on her face and her eyes haven't left it. You can see her fingers just kind of twitching at the thought of probably how much that thing is probably worth. Considering that most people don't even see those, like scholars don't even see those in their lifetimes, and only a handful has been recorded to have even been seen in the world, makes them extremely rare. Like, there's been about 5 recorded instances of persons with those.
So 75 gold, maybe? Here, tell you what, Aetherius, you hold on to this. I'll hold on to my shiny sword. And I'm going to go back to dealing with those two and going.
And as you go, as you say that, you see the nymph is trying to get close to the boy, saying like, you look cold. Here, let me warm you up a bit. and she's like trying to get close to the boy, who's still freaking out over like everything. This is just way too much weird shit, even for a kid that got turned into a centaur. Well, really a pony tar, I guess, because his body's more of a pony. Anyway, and of course you have the succubus looking at this whole sight going on with the rod and the spears, and that's food for thought.
Right. Elodia, can you do me a big
Birth goes over to hold the nymph back.
What is it,
Elodia,
Willow?
if she crosses that line, I mean, I can't ask Barth to do it because Newt probably wouldn't be happy, her champion killing a Fae, but if you just happen to shot arrows in her general direction and that some of them were to say hit,
Okay.
Hey, get your
thanks,
hands off
Logan,
me!
you're the best.
Let me go!
Listen, we can't have you doing things just yet.
Hey, Newt's your archfey too. We're on the same team. Look, this is
Exactly.
her will, her mandate. Just let me do what she wants done, and then I'll be gone. You can do
Oh,
what
yeah,
you
that-
need to do, and
Well, we do what we need to do, and then you can do what you need to do. That's how it works.
I
You-
somehow
you-
feel that what I need to do may be incredibly shorter time span than what you need to do. And I can't go home until that's done.
Well, welcome to the club.
Wow. And the succubus will also be laughing at the predicament here. Well, it's nice to see that we're all prisoners in our own. The chains kind of rattle on her little shackles, different ways.
If you don't behave, I'll draw a teleportation circle and have someone throw you into the middle of Reldon. No explanation.
I think that would probably not be the best course of action, Mordecai. I think we need her just as much.
Look, we're all friends here. Nobody's throwing anybody into Mount Sled, right? Nobody's gonna have to go back home and tell Newt they failed. We're all gonna be calm, friends here, and everything's gonna be fine.
Hi, I could just go, and since, I seem to be causing just being here a lot of problems for y'all. You seem like good folk. I can just go.
Willow's just gonna kind of wrap her arm around him. Not yet. Remember, we're going on an adventure first.
And he seems super uncomfortable with physical contact. What kind of adventure?
We'll figure that out when we get there, because we didn't get quite all the details. Just, that's the first step of adventure. You just gotta go with the.
Okay. This is all a bit weird. But okay. You promise you're not mercenaries, right?
Don't worry, we won't hurt you.
I promise I've never been a mercenary.
If you're not tied to any specific organization,
I'm just a fisherman. Or I was. It's complicated.
And now you're an adventurer. Isn't the change of life fun?
Sure, let's go with that.
And Layla's just gonna, don't wear your hooves off. Some of us, maybe swords to hire, or occasional money to hunt and track things down, but you ain't our quarry. Apparently, you're just another job, and well, things seem to be a little more interesting than normal here.
Well, I'm hurt. I'm tired. Confused as all hell. Weird stuff be happening, and I'm supposed to be the weirdest one here on account of where I'm from. So I think we should, get some rest and maybe deal with all this later on tomorrow.
Yes, if there's nothing else that needs to be taken care of.
Remy will agree with that. Yeah, that sounds good. We could rest up here, bandage, and well, I don't know if we want to fill up our water skins in the nymph's bathwater there, but well,
Don't even mention that, Remy. We're not gonna go there.
What are you talking about? I heard people loved by gamer nymph bathwater.
Willow's already probably thinking of a way to market and sell it already.
To be fair, you could probably could. To be fair, I think that there actually is. I think that there is actual magical qualities from the pools that nymphs bathe in.
Oh God.
Yes,
It's like
we
it's,
all went there.
Right?
Does he-
Well,
does
I'm
Barth
speaking
say-
this is out of.
does-
I'm speaking this is out of character because.
Oh, okay. About to say, if Barth said that stuff out loud, Minir starts taking off his arm. He's gonna go diving in the pool.
I mean, I believe what it is like. It's basically a beauty potion. So I mean, it's basically just highly concentrated estrogen.
So we might have a female Min here by the end of the night.
No, didn't happen.
Epic shrinkage.
Didn't happen.
Legendary shrinkage.
right. Well, I'm going to sleep. You know what? I'm gonna start cooking. And just kind of keeping my back to this madness.
Aetherius is just going to mess around with the spear, give it a few practice swings every so often.
Okay. Yeah, and it's like you don't have the days. The more you kind of transform it, you actually get to kind of like it'll transform, and then you still feel a little bit of the warmth, but you're just kind of something of this size you'd feel would have more weight to it. It almost is like this thing has. It feels as if it's like stronger than normal steel could be, or other magical equipment, or that you feel like you could cut through just about anything. Like it's that strong, but yet it has almost no weight in your hands. It's almost like it's perfectly balanced.
All right, I like that. It's a good thing that I am proficient in weapons.
That's a good thing, spears are simple weapons too.
Yeah, spears are a good weapon.
I mean, you can even go fishing
Simple
with them.
weapons. They're simple weapons. They're D12 hit die. They're D12.
Versatile, if you could throw them.
Yeah. I mean, you gotta be 10 feet away, otherwise you have disadvantage. But like,
But
You
I
know.
mean, you could spearfish with them. You could fight with them underwater without disadvantage. I mean, they're just so good.
Yeah.
All true statements.
Yeah, I was kind of wanting to get a weapon just in case of, oh no, I'm too close to use gun. So this helps.
And of course, while Aetherius has the spear there, Layla is going to be all over him in the spear, because every time she tries to, gets handed the spear, it goes back to its rod form. So while it's in the spear form, she's, kind of messing with it around Aetherius, just kind of have her arms around him and all that fun stuff. So, yeah, they're having their own little private time there. Remy's just checking his guns. Centaur Boy's just kind of staying off to one of the little cavern walls, just still looks pretty kind of shaken up, still trying to grasp everything that's going on. Nymph is still just across the line of scrimmage, and knees kind of tucked in by her chest, arms wrapped around her legs, just kind of staring around like she's plotting something. Succubus is just kind of cleaning her nails, looking at her fingers, just standing around. Willow, as you're looking for things to cook with, the boy did have a decent-sized garden. I mean, it's not like a huge garden, but just a variety of things that he's gathered in time through probably the nearby forested areas and brought them here and has, kind of grown them. It's actually kind of impressive.
Well, it's nice of them to donate to our food cause.
Oh yeah, you're just helping yourself. You're just like grabbing all different kinds of herbs and different vegetables that are grown, and ooh, these legumes would go nice in a soup, and you're just like grabbing like everything. Fresh carrots, you name it.
He doesn't need to worry. We'll fix it up when we get back and leave him here.
Don't worry, you get used to it.
Abigail's just like by where the fire's at and is just like resting, just a little child, almost like not quite sucking her thumb, but just her hands just by her face, just all curled up in a ball. All right. Well, is there anything else anybody wants to do before they rest for the evening?
I don't think so. I mean, I don't have anything else before I have to do with the watch.
I think I'm good.
All right. So,
good.
Also, I'm going to give myself guidance for both of them as well.
all right. Yeah. Go ahead and roll your checks for your watch, since you're actively just patrolling at night, watching everybody sleep. Well, I say everybody. There's a few people that are not sleeping right now. One of them being a nymph, another being a succubus, and a third one, which we're going to cover in just a moment.
Is the enemy. Roll for initiative.
Give me just a second. Let me, as soon as Roll20 loads.
Yeah, roll 20
Didn't
was
realize I
being
wasn't
slow.
in the game yet.
It's all right. It
No
was
problem.
being slow for some other people too, so
Yeah.
I honestly barely got into Roll20.
well. I mean, we all know you have peculiar taste, and you're very particular with your VTTs, but I mean, Roll20 does its job. You don't have to be so hard on it. So while we're waiting for his rolls here, for Bart's rolls, let's go over some of the happenings during the evening. Of course, with the first watch, a lot of you are kind of going to rest, and after having In fact, Willow, why don't you make your history check to see how good of a meal you cooked? Did you cook a great meal, or did you give everybody dysentery?
Well, she has been practicing a lot more lately, and I think Roll20 crashed out on.
So I wonder if everybody I asked to make a die roll is going to have the app crash. Interesting.
I'm reloading back in.
I'm just checking mine because on the player version it's fine. But yeah, Menhu's worked.
After like a 15-second delay, bro. That was unusual.
Nope. There we go.
All right. I'm going to guide myself. Please don't poison them tonight.
Yeah, because I clicked like 3 dice and it's rolling them out of order from when I clicked them. So that's, yeah.
Oh no, Roll20's got Corona. Please help.
It's got a different kind of virus.
It
Well,
didn't roll.
Eh.
23.
I mean, you scavenge enough things. The garden was a big help. You're able to cook a mighty little. It's almost like a vegetable soup for everybody. If you have dried meats and things, you can include those in there. But for the most part, you have everything you need to cook a little hearty meal. So everybody is well fed. Do you offer food to the Plainier beings?
Of course she does. We're all friends here, remember?
So, well, the nymph just kind of just looks at it and is still a little eyeing up everybody. Succubus just kind of puts it down. This is, let's just say I don't eat this for nourishment.
Well, yeah, and I offered to help you out with that issue too later, but for now, this is all we got.
All right. So, and so your new compatriot, he is eating the soup and just very slowly. It doesn't seem like he has a big appetite. And again, he just seems like really nervous about everything. But he does eat and eventually he just, for the most part, stays along that like back cavern wall, with the only exceptions of getting up every like now and then to kind of go do some business in some bushes, but otherwise he just kind of stays put. With the perception checks there for Barth, the night, for the most part, goes by well. The grotto is quite secluded. You do hear some of the wildlife in, beyond the copse of trees in the grotto, but nothing too dangerous. It's not like you're hearing jaguars or large predator animals. More of a lot of smaller, annoying wildlife running around, like foxes and things of that nature. What does get your attention, though, during the second watch is late in the, I'll say late night, it's more of early in the morning. Abigail is awake. Not only is she awake, but she is standing outside the cave, just looking out in the distance as the sun kind of slowly creeps up.
Well, Barth goes up to her. Hey there. How are you this morning?
She just kind of looks up towards you, her eyes glowing green. You see little wisps of green energy just kind of just emanate from her childlike form. Yeah. You know, out of all the years that I've been on this world, I've only seen the sun rise 3 times. You don't appreciate these things when you know you won't be seeing them or have the chances to much longer. Tell me, that animal that hovers overhead, is that yours?
I assume he's referring to the Phoenix.
Indeed he is.
Yeah. It's a gift, and he does air quote. Oh, no, he doesn't do air quotes. From, the Phoenix hasn't actually done anything wrong yet, so the Phoenix hasn't made his life difficult yet. So it's a gift from Newt. I believe she said it was one of the last ones.
She does not lie on that. That breed is quite rare. Call the animal. Call the beast. This may be one thing that Newt has given us that is actually of use.
Oh, that's surprising. And he'll call the bird over.
And it flies down the purplish arcs of energy emanating from its wingspan as it kind of stretches out and does its little cry when it gets by you and just kind of rubs up against you. It's a bit young, but we can still use it. Barth, have the animal go on the ground. It will not be hurt.
Alright, and he'll lower his arm to let the Phoenix hop off its perch.
And it just kind of flaps down and just starts kind of looking about some of the grass and just kind of like turkey walks a little bit around the area. You see this little girl begin to kind of close her eyes. The light behind them intensifies where you can actually see the light emanating from the back of the eyelids, even though they're closed. The wisps of energy become more intense. They're almost more vivid. And as they rise up even further, you see this sigil begin to form in the ground, cutting into various arcane patterns, glowing a bright red as they do so. You see little, almost this reddish mist start to come forth from it. Of course, the little bird just kind of, at first, doesn't realize it, and then, sees all the stuff around it. It begins to kind of caw out a little bit as the mist starts to envelop it. And it almost seems like it's a panicked caw at first, and the mist is completely involved. Like, you can't see this creature inside of it. But the caws start to become, instead of a higher pitched, almost a deeper, more vocal pitch. and the increase in their volume as well. Soon, you start to see an enormous wingspan just emanate from the mist. Arcs of purple energy just dancing across the surface. Soon, this phoenix is what you can only assume to be an adult size. The body of Abigail just kind of collapses on her knees. The sigil vanishes as well as the mist just kind of falls down to the earth and then eventually just evaporates. Your pet phoenix, from being still just a little baby, looks like it has probably aged a year or two into a more adult-sized body. One that looks like it could easily carry riders or carry people in its talons. This beast will lessen the travel considerably. We will need to fly over the mountains, along the coast. Otherwise, we would have to go around, which would take weeks. Over the mountains, there's a city. There, we'll need to find answers to how this mineral has been taken. This is one of a few spots and is the closest for us to start our search. I'm afraid I must rest again. Take care of the child till then. And she just like collapses into the grass. The green light in the eyes just go out. The mist, the green smoke emanating from her just dissipates. And you just see a sleeping child outside of the cave on the ground.
Well, that was certainly eventful this early in the morning. And he'll pick up Abigail and bring her back over to the fire where she was before.
Okay, and the phoenix will start to flap its wingspan and just start taking off. The wind starts blowing and hitting the rest of you. This gale-like wind starts entering the cavern, chilling you all a little bit, but just this massive force of wind, this breeze just hitting everybody starts to kind of jostle everybody awake. With the exception of the succubus and the nymph, who have also not slept like Barth. It's a good thing that he is on watch.
What in God's name is that?
And you hear the loud cry of the phoenix as it's taking flight. Sounds terrifying.
Okay, I'll make chicken in tomorrow.
Well, that would have. That would be the phoenix. It's quite a bit bigger now.
Does it have to be so loud?
I mean,
It does a flyby over some of the treetops, and the trees like bend and sway from the force of this creature flying by at it, as it just starts to arc and go up some of the mountainside where the cave's at, and back up into the air. Again, just doing the loud screech. It's almost like if there was a 80-foot eagle, this is what it would sound like. So, this terrifying deep bird call as it just screeches by the cavern. I am not even going to try to mimic that, nor do I have a sound bite for that. Could probably get rid of a
Alright,
hawk,
well.
though.
Now it appears we have some form of transportation.
All right, I'm up. I'm up. Let's get going.
Well, might as well.
Is Willow still charming the boy?
24 hours haven't broken yet.
Okay, because the nymph is just waiting for that to break. Ever
Oh, it's-
vigilant.
Oh, it's gonna break. It's gonna break at the least opportune moment.
So she is plotting that. Well, it's a lovely day. Shall we get on with it? And the succubus is just kind of rattling her little chains. These aren't the most comfortable things in the world, though I assume that you might not have any complaints about it, and just kind of quips towards the nymph's direction, who just kind of gives her a rude gesture in return.
Can you two not start this early in the morning?
Oh, it is the eternal battle. You have fun with that, Willow.
Well,
Men- Men here, I need help.
I don't know how we're all supposed. So, like, does it look like does it look like the Phoenix is big enough that it could theoretically carry all of us? Or
I mean, a good bit of you could ride on its back. Probably not all of you with the NPCs you have. However, what it is large enough to carry are things like wagons where people can sit inside. So it could probably carry a wagon holding persons, and in the other town it could probably hold something, I don't know, pony-sized, and the rest of the, your characters could ride on its back.
That's rather convenient.
All right,
You did have the
Nene.
foresight of getting a wagon, so...
Nene, you're gonna have to do me a favor, okay, buddy? You're gonna have to guide all the horses to town. Don't look at me like that. I got sugar cubes. Oh, that's right. Mommy knows what you want.
Nay.
Did you get into my book collection again?
That was unexpected. All right. Yeah, that was good. That was good. So, what is the plan, everyone?
I guess we'll mount up. Aetherius, I need to borrow your shotgun while we...
he doesn't have a shotgun.
He's got a really cool rifle.
You don't have Larry any?
Oh my fucking god, I forgot about Larry.
Poor Larry. How could
Me-
you forget about him?
I
Well,
need
the
to
blood
borrow
was,
it.
but
It just feels like the proper weapon of keeping the lovers apart.
You know, I feel like you're right on that. And he hands over Larry.
The
Just
spirit
make
of
sure
Larry.
to make sure to aim for the head.
Right, I'll ride down here. Mostly because, unfortunately, most of you are what we would call humanoid. And at some point, I feel they're going to get a little bit more creative.
Probably, yes.
That's the disappointment. It's not pump action because I can't go. But they wouldn't think of that, right? And just
Do we need to stick? Do we need to keep the boy here in the cave? If you could deposit him somewhere else.
we need to take him with because he's kind of the key.
Yeah, that was my understanding.
So he's coming with us to town.
Yeah, they all are. It's gonna be one fun trip. Yeah.
I'll be buying chastity belts when we get there.
Aetherius has got some weird fetishes.
He just
Apparently.
wants to make sure that the nymph can't do anything.
Gotta
Sure,
keep
that's a
the
story.
thought-
And he's sticking to it.
Aetherius Thought Patrol.
I wouldn't want to be on that task force. That's whoo.
Honestly, you guys won't let him shoot her, so we have to go with the nicer approach.
And they shot, and they were willing to to hurt Layla. And that's it's a question. Who do they hate more right now, the nymph or Layla?
Layla.
I don't hate anybody.
Yet.
We're all friends here. Nothing bad is gonna happen. Let's go to town.
Well,
And while we fly, I can regale you all with stories.
oh, joy.
Yeah, it'll be great. You'll feel inspired to not listen to my stories ever.
Alright, so what are we doing?
Sounds like y'all are getting ready to go take a flight from the grotto to the city across the mountains.
Alright.
So, if everybody's ready to go,
Yep, Barth will whistle for the Phoenix. Name.
and out of the clouds, you see the whole ground is like covered in shadow because it's just blocking the sun. It's just like this eclipse just comes down. You see this purple lightning just arcing off its body as it begins to flap and lower its feet down, and it lets out that glorious cry as it lands. Still seems very happy to see you, Barth.
Yeah, he'll
And-
reach up and stroke it.
Sunosha's got like the giant wide-eye saucer, that anime look, like.
Yeah.
And then there's the. Well, you've heard this sound before. I don't think everybody else has heard Senosha let out the squee of joy. And it's one of those things like when girls see something that's like really cute, it's that kind of noise.
Orcs can't make that kind of noise.
The other half of her can. Remember, she's half orc.
Oh. Yeah. Yeah. I should probably name the Phoenix.
You know, you probably should.
Bob.
But that can be a problem that you can solve on the way. You don't have to come up with a name on the spot. Something like that you should probably really think about. Just like, you know, a certain boon that y'all have. You know, you may want to think about that in the future as well. You know, what to do with it, what to call it.
The keep he's talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Oh yeah, he had a bit of a growth spurt, thanks to Zamir over there, and he gestures to I cannot remember her name.
Abigail.
Abigail sleeping by the fire again. Well, good news is, can probably carry us all the way to where we need to go.
Nymph is just good. The sooner you get there, then the sooner your work can be done, and sooner mine can be done.
Exactly. That's a good way to think about it.
And the second is just, this is going to be a long, long journey.
Well, don't worry. It won't be that long with my nice storytelling about Moo the. Well, you see, Moo was a large fish. Well, not like that large, but he's like.
And then as you're telling your tale, the phoenix begins to rise up with the wagon cart. In one claw, the pony boy in the other claw, and the rest of you on its back. The flight is interesting. You've never really been this high up before, or this fast as this thing is flying. In fact, this thing is moving so fast, like, this Phoenix has probably ruined horse travel for every single one of you. The majestic vistas over the mountains is amazing. The white caps on them, the view to your right, going over the seas. Views to the left over the rolling plains before they hit the tundras of the Alabaster Plateau. But more interesting, something that a lot of you have never seen in person. Out, far off on the horizon, mixed with the clouds are various floating island chains. It is the land of Drakon, or the Isles of Io, as some call them, the realm of the dragons. It is one of the few things that separate Tor from Tianzia, or the lands of the East. That's the same culture that Princess Kitsune was from. Basically, your Asian descent.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
over the mountains, through the various passes and things from them, you do see a rather large settlement. There's various farms around it, but eventually they kind of coalesce into this large town. Interestingly enough, though, there's some kind of a weird wooden structure that's built just north of the town. It's circular in most of its construction, but there are various, almost like if from your height, almost looks like a starburst with some of the channels that are being built with it. But it's quite large, almost like a quarter or more size of the town itself. And there are lots of people in the town and in the area here. And every single one of them are noticing this giant phoenix flying above their town.
Maybe we should put it outside the town and walk. Or we could just land right in the middle.
We probably should put down on the outskirts, but you know, not drawing attention. It's a bit too late for that now.
Oh yeah, they would see you coming literally from a mile or more away. The bird is that large. It's like seeing an ancient dragon fly toward a town. It's like you're unless it's invisible or other cloaked, be it cloud cover or whatnot, you're gonna see it from quite a far away distance. But I mean, what else would the hero of Reldon ride upon?
Yeah, I
I'm
guess
gonna have to add a new verse.
Oh, no.
More songs. Barth's gonna have all the trademark songs for the Bardic colleges.
All right. Wow.
So you want to land outside of the town?
Yeah, but not like right in the middle. Just a bit
Okay,
outside.
do you want to
the town.
land to the where that structure's at, or far away from the structure, like maybe south end of town, or because the structure, you have like pretend the town's in the center. To the north of it is that weird, large wooden structure with the various little alleyways and things being built, and then you have the rest of the town south of that. Where do you want to kind of land at?
What do you guys think?
Zenosha's just like, I just want to fly. This thing is amazing. I love him. And she goes back into squee mode.
I say we put down right in the middle.
Perhaps Vay's Vay, you know, don't want to alarm too many people.
So we have a vote for in the middle and a vote for away. What else do we have?
I don't know, I think it might just be best to land on the outskirts of town and make our way in.
Okay, 2 for the outskirts. Elodia? Outskirts. Okay, so getting a lot of votes for outskirts. Aetherius?
Outskirts.
It seems like the outskirts have the majority here, so
You guys have no, thrill for the.
So landing outside of the town, for the sake of any kind of arguments here, we'll just say kind of like the southwest, by kind of where that mountain range is, not on top of the farms or anything like that. Just kind of out where there's road and things like that. The phoenix flies down and begins to let go of the cart, and the cart just kind of drops about 3-4 feet, just kind of bounces a little bit, jostling Willow and everybody else in the cart. Succubi was like, "Hey, watch it!" And
Might need to work on your landing there a bit.
well, that's okay because Ponyboy's just getting dropped about the same height too. So he just ah, and he looks like terrified. Apparently, he's not very good with heights. So
Apparently.
yeah. He probably left the trail of Wee across that entire mountain range. So, just saying.
Not the most pleasant image.
No, well, I mean, the rest of you got like the majestic views. Everybody, flying, stuck underneath that majestic creature. Well, if they were camping in the mountains, it was not the best of days. But anyway, the beast lands and just kind of lowers itself a bit to allow the people on its back to disembark. Remy is just, that was quite an experience. Wasn't it, Shadow? You all right down there?
I'm okay.
And Layla gets off the beast. Let's get off this blasted thing. What's going on in this town over here? It's looked like there's a lot of people there.
Oh, wow. Okay, I'm okay. I guess we can go look.
All right. You take off. We'll call you. I'll call you if we need you. And he pats the phoenix.
And just starts rising and lets out that cry and just starts flying along the coast and the mountains. Layla just kind of looks at the wagon and seem to have a bit of a problem. We have a wagon, but no horses.
Yes, that does pose a bit of a challenge.
It's okay, Nene will get them here in like 3 weeks. Oh, we can go buy some more.
All right. So you're just gonna leave your wagon out here on the road?
I mean, I guess we can push it into a bush, and cover it up.
Not a lot of bushes. It's more of a kind of a rolling grasslands and plains because of the farmsteads.
Are we
That's
leaving
actually-
anything on the wagon?
Well, I mean, it has all our stuff, I would assume.
And
Perhaps we should leave someone to guard it until we can. Actually, wait. How far? They should have like. You think they have stables and such in town? Probably.
most likely, yeah. But it'd be unless you use some kind of magical transport with that. You're probably maybe about 2 miles from town. So,
Guys, I have an idea you're not gonna like.
We have someone to guard the wagon.
Well, no. I mean, I can help pull it, and Snosh can help pull it. And if only there was somebody who was horseshit.
oh wow!
You're right. Are we considering the horse is gone?
I mean, for the time being, until Nene brings him back around to the town.
No, I mean, no, never mind. We can't just abandon all the horses. I was just gonna say, I'll just resummon Nene,
then they would
and
be
those horses will
abandoned.
never make.
Well, I need to buy a horse now.
Well, we could leave someone here to guard the wagon while the rest of you go in to get a horse or two, and then we can pull the wagon into town. Or we could pull it ourselves.
I cast enhance ability, full strength on myself. Let's do. Men here.
Well, he's AFK, but all right. So you
I mean,
men
Barth will
here-
help.
Bart, Zenosha.
and I feel Willow looking at the equine body of the pony.
Yeah, but she doesn't want to because, that's really degrading. So if we can make it with just the three of us.
Mordecai will help.
All right. Maybe we should have landed a bit closer in. Oh well.
Well, pulling the cart with all of you grabbing and pulling it doesn't move as fast as a team of horses would, but you do move it with, thankfully, because it is a lot of grassland, rolling plains, and this is a well-traveled enough road. Granted, it's not a worked road or a paved road; it's just a flattened earth. It's been a dry season, so the cart goes by smoothly as you pull it. You do get closer to the town after a couple hours here, and thankfully with the flight, it's probably about, we'll say about maybe 10:30, 11 a.m. equivalent before you're kind of outside of the town. And there is a lot of people here, and as you get closer, there's a lot of cheerful banter. There's a lot of people running past you, children, some of them carrying little colorful pennants. Something is going on here. There's like vendor stalls outside of the city gates. They're trying to hey, come buy some of I have delicious smoked roasted turkey and applewood drumsticks. Would you like some oversized flagon of ale? Maybe some candied apples? Everything to satisfy the even most tempered of palates. Only just a mere few coppers.
Barth will flag down the nearest person nearby. We'll ask, is there a festival going on today?
You jest. You surely you jest. This is the Adrath Fair. You've just come in time if you really don't know. This is the annual festival. It's a glorious 3-day event. They built the fairgrounds just north of town. Just almost anything you could want there. There's various craftsmen. The events. Oh, you have to see the events this year. It's going to be amazing. There's minstrels, dancers, godly dressed buffoons, all sorts of entertainment you can't even imagine. And all for just a few mere coins just to attend. It's amazing. Hey,
Did you hear that? You can't even imagine. I got a really good imagination.
I see you have some exotic uh, uh, company. The fair boasts also quite an assortment of exotic fare, a little small zoo, various exotic animals and beasts, things called like they have crocodiles and gazelles and I've heard spiders of monstrous size. Even heard that they've got a giant praying mantis this year. Bigger than you.
That's
Well, that is-
terrifying. If it's if
Is it a
that's
petting zoo?
because praying mantises eat their prey alive.
I want to go check it out, but I can't right now. It's there's so much to see in so little time. But yeah, if you want to go check out more, go see the central area of the fairgrounds. You can't miss it. It's got the big wooden stage. Some of the mayor will make speeches. Some of the local nobles will also do the same. They're long-winded welcomes to all the traveling newcomers in the area. You have actors putting on various plays, and you have to see some of the plays they put on in the evenings. Last year's were amazing. But they even have various eating contests, singing, cooking, fighting, dancing contests. They hold races, various contests to test your skills, your strengths. The fair is amazing. This year I hear the archery competition is going to be quite fierce, but the trophies that they're offering for some of the fencing contests, oh, a lot of people are seeking those. Oh, they're worth quite a penny, but more exciting though, they've been promoting this new arcane challenge this year. All the wizards and sorcerers around are just foaming at the mouth to test their magical skills in the various contests, to show their boast their power and their finesse. Oh, I can't
Well,
wait for
I am
that to
intrigued.
start. And don't you worry. I know with you traveling folk, hey, you don't want your pockets picked or any trouble while you're here. The local constable and his militia do a very good job of keeping trouble out of these events. Your money is safe here. As long as you don't pick a fight, outside of these tournaments, you have nothing really to worry about. But just enjoy the fair. It's a 3 days of fun and food for everyone.
Speaking of coin, where might I buy a horse?
I'm sure there's many stablers and stable masters that you can visit. Some of the farmers roaming around may be able to sell you a fine animal, but with some of the races events here, you may be able to strike a deal with some of those after the events, of course. But I mean, there's opportunity to abound here. It's going to be a fantastic 3 days, my friend.
Willow is giving everybody the biggest puppy dog eye.
Well, can you point me in the direction of someone that is selling horses?
And he does. He just kind of points you to it. Going through the town, because there's various stable masters, like the various inns and taverns, right in the main thoroughfare, because that's where a lot of the main businesses are at. They'll have various stabling there. The boy Roland Hillby, I'll go with you. I'll need to get a place to stay too. So.
Hi. Look, I know you're not very comfortable in this situation you found yourself in. But there's some revelry here. If there's anything you want to do, I will cover the cost if that would make you feel a little more comfortable.
I'm not. Um,
Willow's just gonna kind of wrap her arm around it, her arm around his. It's fine. We're gonna go have. And I suppose I'll be dragging you two along with it.
Dragging.
She's looking at the succubus and the nymph.
yeah, the nymph is pretty much like hovering around wherever the pony boy's at. So with Willow there, now you got this little cadre of fey creatures just roaming around town. And of course, because she's still scantily clad because, she's a nymph and doesn't have, wardrobe. Lots of attention, even more so with just the centaur there. And having the succubus there does not help things matter. So you are drawing tons of attention. Like people passing by just kind of looking like, who are they? Just kind of
Hey.
whispering and
Hey, succubus, whose name I still don't know. Can you do you know any way to look different?
I actually have her name down.
I'd rather not have a wandering paladin who's not as nice as me go ahead and smite.
Neslisa is the name that she gives.
Nest Lisa.
Yep.
Chocolate Lisa.
No.
Well, Mordecai is going to follow Willow for as long as he can, until he gets to one of the places where he could buy a horse.
Yeah, and I mean, once you're through the gates, the main thoroughfare, you see inns, you see the various little stables that they have, or you see like horses tethered outside, drinking from the troughs. There's closed kind of stables there where they're leading horses inside to kind of brush them down and clean them up. And the boy kind of goes, let me secure a room here. So he begins talking to the stable master, and you can just tell by the look on this gentleman's face. He's kind of probably in his 50s, little gray hair, not balding, but just kind of short. Stocky, but not like really out of shape. Picking things like hay bales and things like that does keep him in a fair condition. With that, not quite fully athletic, but he doesn't work out intensive. Well, I can't say this is something I normally do, but yeah, I mean, we have empty stall in the back over there to the right. You can stay there. Just don't cause too much trouble for stable hands there. Don't worry, sir. I'll keep to myself.
Isn't there a regular room he can stay in?
People people tend to not like centaurs and their taverns, and the patrons don't like that, and they're not really built for me. And some tavern owners aren't really too happy, serving my kind there.
That is nonsense.
It's I don't want to cause any more trouble, and this will be fine.
Are you sure I can go talk to the innkeeper myself?
I've slept in barns before.
I will make sure some nice fare is brought out so you can eat. At least, yeah? If you won't let me talk them into giving you a room.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
I give the stable hand kind of a look. And then back to Willow. Well, are you okay with this?
Yeah. He's already embarrassed as it is. We probably should get going.
Okay. I'll go in to talk to the innkeeper.
Okay. All right. So you're not gonna barter for the horse run. Are you gonna just go to the inn and try to get a room or whatnot?
I'll go back to barter the horse after I get the room sorted.
Fair enough.
So I mean, it's just right there, right? It's just right next to each other, yeah.
Yeah, they're close by. It's easily walking distance with that.
Okay, yeah.
Elodia, do you want to come join us when we go wander off from the fair?
Sure.
I heard they got so many fun things to do.
Where should we go first?
Well, there's lots of things. Ooh, so many things. So, all right. Let's see. Now, as I mentioned before, there are literally quite a few events here. There are plays that go on in the evenings. There's an open melee challenge. But we'll go over more of the fair things when you guys actually get to the fair north of the town. So, all right. So Willow and Elodia are gonna tap her off.
You know, I hate to be that guy, but didn't we come here for a more specific reason?
Well, Barth is getting the puppy dog eyes. It's only one day. We'll take one nice day of break, and then we'll get back on adventure.
Who am I to deny you? Probably won't cause the end of the world.
That's why I'm keeping him with me.
Well, if Zamir wakes back up, and then I'll tell him it was your idea.
And he'll say it was a great idea.
Well, on that note, Abigail is awake and she's like kind of tugging on your lapel there, Mordecai. She's like, Mordecai.
Yeah, little one.
Can we see the fun games and the animals? I've never been to a fair before.
Yeah, we will go see that. I just have some business to take care of real quick. I was kind of interested in the arcane displays. Since that is my own forte.
let's go. And she's just like hanging with you. So you know, go finish your business. And then she gets to go see you do your stuff at the fair while she also goes to the fair.
Who did we leave with the cart?
You brought the
We
cart.
didn't leave anybody. We pushed it.
Yeah. You
Oh,
dragged
sorry.
that bastard.
Well, I'll first go talk to the innkeeper.
Okay.
We might as well stable the cart here at this inn as well.
Okay. All right. So, so Mordecai, when you go in to the inn, it's packed full of patrons. Like the wenches going back and forth. Like there's a pair of them. There's also some young lads that are also doing the same. They can't keep up with the amount of people trying to order drinks, bring food out to the various tables, take plates back, clean it up. As soon as somebody gets up, somebody's almost sitting down immediately. Place is just booming with activity. Bards are trying to sing their ballads and try to earn coin, not only inside but like on the streets as well. Trying to raise their voices above all the idle chatter that is just almost deafening inside.
I'll approach the bar.
Oh, you're one of those angel folk, aren't you?
I am, yeah.
Ah, I heard about y'all. Never quite seen one in the years of the fair. What brings you here to the fair this year? And what can I get you more importantly?
Mostly business. But we are going to take a day since we didn't know the fair was here. I need to secure a number of rooms and some special treatment for a centaur that is in the stables.
Huh. What kind of special treatment? I don't really handle, stables. That's not even my business.
Well, he is a person, just like we are. You know, I wanted to secure some fine meals for his stay and a number of soft blankets, some good ones. I'll pay whatever need be, and I'll tell him which stable.
Right.
He's in.
Yeah. It's like right next to the inn. So he knows where that is. It's like, well, you pretty much would be buying those blankets. Those stables aren't very pristine, and be it person or not, having linens in those kind of conditions, well, might as well just keep them. You know what I mean, fella? No
Fine,
offense to your friend there.
Fine, I will buy the blankets. Can I also pay for a thorough cleaning of his area?
Well, that would be something you'd have to take up with the stable master there. We don't really have the. I don't own that business, friend.
All right. Then how much for the say 5 fine blankets and some good meals for today and tomorrow. Nice, hot, whatever drinks he may want.
Well, for the linens, the blankets, and for all the meals there, bring them over. Let's see, that would be. I'll run you up about 9 gold there, friend.
Let's see. I'll put down a platinum piece. It's extra gold. Treat him nice.
We do what we can.
Now, I need rooms for let's see. How many people do we have?
Oh gosh.
It's me.
Are you counting all the
My-
NPCs too? Because that's
Yeah.
Woo! Woo!
We might all have to go look for rooms in different ends.
Yeah, you're trying to get a hotel in the middle of Comic-Con right now.
Do you have any rooms available here?
Just the commons, friend. We're booked solid with the fair that's going on. Everybody from all over is around here. We got people from some towns about 100 miles away come here.
Then I will come back, perhaps. Thank you, sir.
My oblige, and if you need anything, just ask for old Felix.
My name is Mordecai. Thank you.
Pleasure.
And I'll grab Abigail's hand and head back to the stables.
All right. Okay, so while Mordecai is doing that, what is Barth doing? Because we know Willow, Elodia, and the trouble pair there are out and about.
Oh, he'll go over to Senosha and say, well, seems like we have some free time. You want to go check out the fair?
Oh, she just like her face just lights up. If they have some of the contests that I heard about, I want you to watch me win. Oh, this is gonna be great. And she just kind of like hugs you and just really happy to just kind of be here for a change, a little change of pace from all the doom, gloom,
Yeah, not
danger.
fighting for our lives. Yeah.
Yeah. Last time she got to do things for, recreation of this level was back in Reldon, which was a long time ago. So, it's a nice little breath of fresh air. Speaking on that, Silica. What are you doing? What is Aetherius and Layla doing?
Well, Aetherius, coming from a small little farming village, would actually want to see the fair and see all the different things that they have.
Okay. And
Along
Layla
with
is
wanting,
agreeing with that.
and he'd also want to see about the magic tournament or whatever that was mentioned.
Okay.
Wondering if he's able to use his gun in it.
Maybe you'd have to inquire about entry into that and what rules and things are, what's involved with it. But she is also interested in seeing what other things are there, and hearing about fabulous prizes, valuable prizes, has definitely perked her interest.
He might just... Yeah, he might just mention, you might want to not steal those types of things because all these people are wanting to win them, and it helps the town and helps morale.
I can win some of these things. I have skill.
Then win them through the challenges and stuff.
Well, then let's go see what they have.
I saw this coming, but I did not expect it. He will go with her.
Okay. So, Mordecai, you go to the stable master.
Yeah.
So, and you've learned from the conversation with Roland there that his name is Redwald. So, how can I help you today? You have some animals that need stabling, or any other friends that need rooms?
I wanted to pay for a nice thorough clean of my friend's area. And I wanted to buy a horse.
Ah, well, I can accommodate you in both those. I mean, we do clean out the stalls normally, but I have a feeling that you want something a little more involved and thorough.
Yes, please.
All right. Well, that and what kind of animal are you looking for, in particular your horse? Are you looking for just a simple riding horse, something to just pull your wares? Are you a merchant? You look like you're no stranger to coin.
I need something that can take long journeys and is not afraid of things going sideways.
Well, on these long journeys, would this beast be ridden or would be pulling something? 'Cause it does make a difference.
Ridden.
Ridden?
On the occasion may pull something, but generally something focused on riding.
Well, could definitely accommodate you with both those needs. For the animal and for the extra cleaning, the detailed cleaning of that stable, I will have to keep one of my hands available on that. But can sacrifice one of them for that, for your friend there. And he takes you to some of the other stalls here to show some animals. So it sounds like you're going to be needing a nice, firm riding horse there. And I do have some very fine breeds here. Not too old. Some of them about a good 3 years. Been traveled, weathered. Not too scared of anything. As you can see on them, they're unblemished. And some of them, like, he's got, like, black stains. Some of them, they're brown with little spots on them. And some of them are just, like, multicolored. He's got about 3 of them in there. So, with the festival here, some of my horses have been rent out. But any of these 3 I can sell you here. So, if you're interested, we can make a deal.
What is your finest?
Well... And he goes over to one of them. This one here is Ryder. A little fiery spirit, but a lot of energy, and seems to be the most fearless of the 3. And he's kind of a mix of like white with like brown and black spots on him. Sounds like you and Ryder here might get along quite well.
I put up my hand and let him give it a sniff, and then
Oh yeah, he walks up to you. Just
stroke his side of his face. How much for this horse?
for this one and the services that you requested here, I can get you both of those for 90 gold.
How much if you throw in the saddle and the other tack and such?
Well, with the saddle, do you need saddle bags with that, or just the riding saddle?
The saddlebags too.
And that'd be 100 gold for all that.
Okay. I start rooting through my bag. I'm counting it out. I give him 100 gold.
All right. Well, Ryder, seems like you got a new owner here, and he just he leads him out just so you can kind of get accustomed with him, and he gets one of the saddles, and the saddles are nice. They're well kept with that. They're oiled. They're in great condition. He does saddle the horse up and kind of lead you outside, so you can kind of get on the saddle of the horse there, just kind of feel the horse out if you'd like.
Yeah, I hop on and give it a short ride around the street.
Horse kind of at first when you get on, he just kind of he does buck up a bit on the back end, but after that, wow, that roll is super delayed, and I'm not seeing any result on that. That is amazing.
Yeah, Roll20 seems to be having issues today.
That is amazing. I saw 13 there. What are you rolling?
I don't think I rolled anything.
Wow. Okay. I don't know who rolled the dice, but I was just trying to clarify what check was someone was trying to make here. Anyway, the horse does rear up a bit, not to kind of throw you off, but just kind of like it's out, and you do kind of ride, not full blast through the thoroughfare, but he does a forceful gallop.
Okay, and I'm pleased. I'll pay to stable him for for a day or two.
All right. So if you're gonna do it for a couple days there, just like with the feeding, the cleaning, and all that, it's gonna be a gold piece.
I'll give him 2.
They're coming around the mountain when they come in here. Nene is leading the pack.
I'll take Abigail's hand and start walking through the streets. So you see anything you want to try? You let me know. We'll get it for you.
And she's just like seeing like all the vendors, like they have like all the, the candied apples, the sweet little treats, the fanciful little pennants, the jugglers, the people have like the little almost like carny games on the side. And this is not even at the fair. This is on the way to the fair. They have all these little vendor stalls just filling the streets, trying to, peddle their wares and trying to make as much coin as they can from all the visitors because it is packed here. But, this fair is apparently no joke.
Then there buys Elodia some cotton candy.
All right, so you're going with Willow and the Centaur and the Succubus and the Nymph?
Nope.
Because that's where Elodia's at.
Never mind. I'm back.
Elodia decided to follow the freak show there.
To all the crazy people. Enjoy, young lady.
We're gonna go have fun.
All right, so let's see here. But yeah, you see like everybody as you're making your way to the fairgrounds north of the town. There's all sorts of crafts people, from goldsmiths to glass blowers, tailors to coopers, cobblers to calligraphers. They're all trying to hawk their wares at their various booths or carts, or just wandering through the crowd, just walking people trying to sell, necklaces and things. But eventually you do go to the fairgrounds, where it's almost like they erected a mini wooden like coliseum, with various little sub areas inside of it and on the outside. They do have a post on some of the events that are taking place. And
That's where I'll be heading.
let me see here. Now I have this kind of split up in two different things here. So, some of this, we already know what some people are doing, which is going to be interesting going back and forth with that. So, some of the games that they have things like a cloak and dagger style contest. It's kind of like Hunger Games, but with rogues. They're basically put in this little from what it's described as, their vision is blocked. It's almost like they put this magical like cube on them, and the audience can kind of see them, but they're required to kind of complete challenges while impaired and see who gets kind of like the best time. Some of these events are in like one part, some of them are in two parts. So like like the day one of the fair will have kind of like the preliminaries, and then like the second day would have kind of like the final four, and then the championship rounds of some of these contests. Other ones include an open melee challenge, which is basically it is the closest thing to a battle royale in this. Basically, 30 combatants enter, and only one leaves victorious. None of this is to the death. This is just basically beat your opponents senseless. Let's see, and that open melee challenge is considered one of the more violent and lethal, potentially lethal of all the events, but it's very, 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 very rare somebody would actually get hurt enough to die in such an event. But these events do boast large gold sum prizes as well as medals, chains, some of them even rewarding magical items, which have been donated by various noble houses and craftsmen throughout the region. So lots of fun little prizes if you so decide to join in some of these events. Now,
does my awesome radar go off and pull me here like a lodestone?
I mean, this whole town is just interesting. There's fun. Like, even if you don't participate, it's going to be a blast to watch.
They're like strongman competitions.
Oh, there's more. That was just like 2 out of a whole crap ton that I have available.
Dude, I'm all over this like water on rice, sir. Let's do it.
So, but another thing that some of these event winners get is there's a building in town that they call the Hall of Champions. Some of these like medals and chains that they give, not only you get kind of prestige for later on in the festival, especially the third day of the festival, you get basically like a plaque and entry into this Hall of Champions. Think of it like a VIP club. And it's where everybody just kind of like, oh, this is last year's winners, or this is, winners from 5 years ago, and they're amazing. And, it's where your story gets kind of told if you win some of these events. There are plays that are offered at the late hours, but those are kind of held on the tail end and on the third day of the event after all the main contests have kind of ended. For your strength contests and things, they have one here that you might like in here. This one's called Hammer and Axe. Basically, there are 2 contests that are held on the same day. You can participate in both if you like. The Hammer event is basically there are 10 stones of like increasingly difficult like material, basically like harder different stone types, right? And the object of it is to break all 10 in the fastest time. The fastest time out of all the contestants wins. Axe is similar, as there are 10 logs of various, tree types and thicknesses, and whoever can basically cut those in the fastest time wins the challenge.
I'm going to enter both with my maul. And have you ever seen a tree get chopped down with a hammer? You're fitting to. It's going to be amazing.
Okay, well, let's see. I'm making note who wants to do what with this, because there's lots of contests now. I will say this: there are cash, there's magical items, medals, and all kinds, corresponding fame and stuff at all these. So that's not the only other contest though. So let me just go back to the Cloak and Dagger one. Is anybody interested in the Rogue Hunger Games kind of test?
That would be an automatic loss for me. Hi guys, stab, 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 stab.
Well,
if I was my Friday character, yes, but no.
if I was my Friday character, yeah.
Okay. Anybody else? Yes, no?
No.
Okay.
No.
So I'm just going to put a little mark here. I'm going to make a asterisk here. Don't think it's... Will it let me do it this way? Nope. All right. It's not letting me put a symbol here. I don't know why. Here, I'll put 3 dots. There we go. All right, just so I know when I go back to all the different games lists, which ones people have passed on. And what about the Open Melee Challenge? The Battle Royale of 30 contestants all fighting in Thunderdome at the same time.
I'll do it, but is it today? Or is it tomorrow?
It is today.
I'll do it, but I'll lose. I'm severely injured.
Well, you had a long rest.
rest.
Everybody rested overnight.
Oh, we had a long rest? Thank
Yeah,
the
this is
Lord.
the next
Never
day.
mind.
Y'all
I'll do it.
flew
I'll
into
fuck-
town on a giant giant phoenix.
If Willow has any free time, she would.
And Willow, okay. Anybody else? And Willow will have some time in between some of the other stuff too.
So, is magic allowed in the battle royale?
I mean, yeah. It's well, the rules of it. The contestants are permitted to bring only one weapon, and you're allowed to be in non-magical gear. So basically, you get a weapon, and everything else has to be non-magical. But the use of magic outside of that seems to be fair game.
Sure.
Can I make my decision after you describe what the magical competitions are?
Sure.
Actually, yeah, I do want to hear about those.
Okay. So, all right. So, actually, I'm gonna mark this here. Okay. In fact, I can probably just do 2 with that. That'll go. All right. And hammer and axe was just men here. So, and he was going in both. Marking how many people are
It's
interested. in
probably
this.
one of those loopholes, Dave, where they don't specifically say you have to use an axe. You just have to cut the log in half or whatever. So,
Well, I got like the mechanics
smack.
wise, I have rules on how to do some of these contests. So, and it can be flavorful with that, which would be interesting. Another challenge is called the Strength and Will. So this competition is actually broken up into 3 smaller events. One event is called High Striker. Basically, the contestants will carry a 200-pound boulder 50 yards, and they have to do it in the best of time, like the fastest time.
dude, I'm in, man. What the hell? Dave, I was
Wait.
made for this shit.
Wait. You didn't hear the other 2 events yet. There's the pitch barrel wall throw. Basically, you throw a barrel over a wall. There's another event where basically see who can throw at the highest target with the most accuracy. There's various targets increasing in height, and it's a throwing challenge. So, but they're 3 separate events.
Oh, can you enter that as a team or?
No, this is individual.
Oh,
Yeah, a lot of these are individual events. There are a few team ones, sort of.
well, y'all, we just found out the reason why Manor was brought here. It was for this specific day, at this specific fair.
Oh, that didn't do it.
Bring home the trophy.
I mean, there are trophies. So one of the arcane things here. Now, this is kind of a subset of them. There's more of the challenge here. This one's called the Mage Duel. So it's basically a one-on-one challenge in a bracket of 16 or so. All the entrants basically are usually vetted. You know, you're kind of like, what can you actually do so that you're not like knocked off the ramp as soon as you get on there. So a lot of them you'll be vetted by a noble person or somebody in the contest to make sure that you can actually use magic. But essentially, as long as you can prove that you can use magic and that you're not going to like waste everybody's time up there, all the entrants will walk about 15 feet away from each other, from the center of this like elevated platform. They'll turn and cast their magic at each other. So, the effectiveness of the spell determines the winner. Most of the time, it's like who knocks somebody off their feet, or might magically impede or injure somebody where they can't quote unquote continue, kind of thing. So it's really how effective your magic is against the other one. Kind of goes on with the winner. Now this one is broken up into 3 parts. So once all the 16 bracket is broken down to the last 4, the person will be given an elaborate cloak, which signifies that you're part of an elite 8 status, which will give you kind of a celebrity status during the festival, whether you win the competition or not. And there's also little cash prizes. Then there's the semifinals, which the remaining 4 magicians will kind of duel out in the semifinals. Now, this same rules as before. And then the final duel, the championship match, as it were, this goes on until there's a clear winner, like a total knockout or full defeat. That's where more of the prizes are kind of won there, and Hall of Fame entrance, the Hall of Champions. So that one's a 3-parter, so you have to kind of go through all 3 of them, but you do get something if you make it into different tiers. Is anybody interested in the Mage Duel?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, god damn it.
Well, see.
Oh, this is gonna be great.
Well, no, I'm actually probably not allowed to use my brand new spell, but it would probably win each round. Here's the example.
Am I allowed to throw a weapon and say it's magical?
I mean, you could try, but the thing is, that's why they vet people. Like, if it's not actually magic, they're like, sorry.
My magic probably isn't enough to carry that.
So I got 2 people for that. I mean,
Dude, don't
Don't.
cast that spell anywhere near men here. Yes, PTSD.
Don't worry, Mordecai.
Oh, yeah.
This is going to be a great tool for the 2 of us going.
so anybody else for that?
No.
Okay, well, there's another contest. Let me see here. So this one is called Champion of Combat. Now, this is more of a one-on-one melee fighting tournament. This is a 32 combatant bracket that gets reduced to 8 after 2 rounds. The rules are simple. Combatants will use any non-magical weapon they wish and any non-magical armor they wish. Once the remaining 4 are determined, they'll be given like silver chains, give them a similar elite status like the Mage Duel, give them again celebrity status throughout the fair. There's money, and then you'll have, much like the Mage Duel, a pool of 8 going to be reduced to 4, and then the final 2 winners of that will receive more prizes, magic, and money. The semifinals will go on to more prizes and money, and then from there, the actual champion of combat will be crowned, where there's again more money and magic, as well as a lifetime entry into the Hall of Champions. Is anybody interested in the champion of combat?
Yo.
Yeah, I guess Barth will do that.
Menu's like doing
Is
it.
there anybody not interested?
So I think that Willow is interested. None of the NPCs are going to be combating in these.
Okay, before the. No, I'm just kidding. Never mind.
So I got Menhir, Barth, and Willow. Is anybody else?
I need to poison Barth and Willow before the day.
Oh, yeah.
Why?
I'm
I'm
just
pass on that one.
Well, it's a shame. It's a shame Min here can't actually win on his own. He's got to poison the.
Dude,
He's got to
it's
sabotage
a-
the competition.
It's a joke, dude. It's a
With your bow, you're almost certain to
I mean, That
win.
was the joke as well.
You mean in a melee competition?
sure there's like shooting
Yes.
competitions too.
Well,
you
yeah,
shoot
there's,
'em
an
enough
art, there's
time
a
in the
fierce
face,
archery
they-
competition, yes.
Dude, she'll own that with her eyes closed. Elodia could, yeah, she'll rule that shit with her eyes closed.
So, all right. Well, if anybody wants to jump into these, like if they don't decide now, you can always jump into them at a later point. Like you say, like, oh, I want to be in this one. So it's not going to hurt anything with that. Again, this is think of it like going to Comic-Con. You're going to all these different events and panels and things like that.
You've hurt my feel bads. I've never been to Comic Con.
Oh well, any con, PAX, whatever.
I've never been to any of them, Dave.
Well, you need
Don't
to start
rub
going.
it
I will speak my shame. Back in about 2007, I went to Method Fermi. It was weird.
I used to work at cons,
I,
both
I met
both
you at a
as the-
con in Texas.
both behind the dealer's table and as staff.
In fact, you met me and Bree at a Texas con. So
Yep.
stole you that dinner too.
Dinner, yeah.
What?
Yeah, Comey was only there for like a day, and did not know
Did
that.
y'all already
Uh,
know each other? Or is this prior to y'all knowing each other or after?
Well, found out that Comey was going to be there, so and we were going to be there
Oh,
anyway. So
okay.
we're just like, hey, let's go meet, and bought a bunch of anime DVDs and stuff, and shoot the breeze
I
a
see.
bit. Yeah.
So you know Bree in real life too?
Yes, in fact, we were dressed up as Ford and Jester because we
Oh,
went to go
cool.
see Matt Mercer, his panel, and they had a what was that private dinner thing or whatever where we played Jenga with Mercer.
Yeah, I forgot. But yeah, I know what
Yeah.
you mean.
Yeah. So anyway, it was fun stuff. But anyway, yeah. Oh yeah, dinner. Don't forget about that. Other contests that are going on here. There's a pie eating contest.
I'll try that one.
So
I'll join that one.
okay, Mordecai and Ludia. So basically, this one is straightforward with that. Everybody's seated. They dive into the pies, no hands when the competition starts. And you just try to eat as much pie as you can. The winner, will get a pot of, money, or if there's a tie, then they split the pot. So lots of little fun stuff with that. And let me just mark that there's 2 here. There is a little game that you do see on the way. This isn't part of the main fair, but some of the little side games that some of the vendors have. There's one that's called Ethereal Ball. Basically, the vendor has this high box with a very, very fine wax. I'm trying to think how to explain it. So the vendor will have you come across I forget the name of the game. Basically, there's a ball that's put under fast-moving cups that he moves with his hand. I forget the name of the actual game with that. But you're basically trying to keep up to where the ball's at. That little
Shell game?
The shell game, yes, thank you. I couldn't remember. I knew there was a name for it. I just couldn't remember what the hell it was. But you can wager gold pieces and win money from the shell game. So that's all it is. So if anybody's interested in playing shell games, we have that. Take it, nobody's interested. So moving on. Let's see.
Yeah, I don't want to give my money away, Dave.
Okay.
That's all that is. It's just giving money away.
Ah, here's one. This one, I don't know who might be interested in this one. This one is basically their version of Dead Man's Poker. So, 12 contestants, sit in a circle of chairs facing inward. They all are blindfolded or masked. And let's just say something is unleashed into the arena as the contestants sit at their chairs playing cards. The last one in their chair wins.
I'm in.
You know, as good as Willow was in the last card game, I think I'm just gonna bow out with my undefeated record.
Now on this one, because of the high amount of injury chance with that, they do have clerics kind of at the ready just in case, because people can get really, really hurt in this. But I mean, it will test your mettle.
Remember, Mordecai, if you get hurt, I'll be upset. Very upset.
Well, I mean, I'll be okay. They got the clerics, yeah?
Very upset. More. So don't get hurt and win.
Wait, don't get hurt and win, or win and don't get hurt? I mean, do you not want him to win?
No. See, he needs to win all the money while not getting.
God.
What
Otherwise,
are
there's-
the rules of this blind man's poker? What can I do and what can't I do?
If you get hurt, you're going to be taxed.
Well, mechanically, there's a way to kind of go on to some of the things that you'll be put through, so to speak. But outside of that, it is fair game.
Because once we're sat down, I can just cast invisibility on myself.
Is there a drinking contest?
There is.
I'm in.
Okay.
Minute is in for that one. As long as it's after all the physical stuff. If you can end it on the drinking contest note. Now,
All right. Well,
That-
there's still more contests. There's an arm wrestling contest.
in
Okay. Anybody want to join the arm wrestling contest with men here?
You know, I don't think I'm going to.
Sure.
Oh, Willow. All right. There we go.
Willow's strong as hell for her willowy size. She is.
Well, I mean,
Welcome back.
she does just kind of pimp slap. Oh, good timing, because you know what's up next? The archery contest.
Me.
So I didn't hear anybody for that. I don't think anybody's interested. Nope.
Hello to
Nope.
you,
Nobody
sir.
for the archery contest? No one?
She said her, man.
She's
Damn,
not
that's
speaking.
not
Joke.
She said me. You didn't hear it.
I
Good boy.
did. I did say that.
Okay. Well, that one's got a few rounds with that, and that does go over both days. There's 2 days of this. Basically pitting. It starts off as a traditional archery competition where targets are kind of placed like 50, 100, 200, 300 yards, etc. But you're given a non-magical bow and non-magical arrows. And basically you are to try to hit the targets, and they're worth points, and whoever gets the most points and gets to the next round. You're also given, the silver chains, the Elite 8 status, celebrity, money, but then the next one gets a little more, the target's a little more complex on that one. So, give an example from what you've heard from some of the other trick shots that that had to be made, like splitting an arrow with an arrow, striking a flying pigeon while blindfolded. They even had one where they traced somebody's son with an outline of 30 arrows.
question. Can I join this with my gun?
I mean, as long as it's non-magical, yes. That's the
Sure.
key here. So if you have a non-magical gun, you can most certainly attempt the archery competition. But if it's magical, it's not going to be allowed in there because they do use magic to not only screen what's used, both as detection and dispelling magics.
Don't worry, I still have 4 non-magical revolvers that were robbed from a corpse.
Okay.
Speaking of, he hasn't asked about those.
Don't worry about it.
I
It's
mean, I don't even
fine.
know
It's
if I've
from a
seen
dead
them.
body.
Well, actually, he's missing some guns, so he had to get some guns back.
Oh.
So he's got 2
Oh,
guns.
that's-
Remember, he had 6.
All right.
Somebody looted 4 guns off his corpse and then went back in time.
Yep.
You know, we're just not going to talk about it. Sound good, everyone?
Indeed.
Don't worry about it.
So here's the
Don't worry
one that
about
everybody's been wanting to know about, the Arcane Challenge. This is the one that everybody's going crazy about. There are some other minor ones, but they're not as fancy as this. So that's what I'm kind of skipping.
Didn't we just talk about it?
No, that was a different one. That was just a mage
Oh.
duel. This is the Arcane Challenge one that everybody's looking forward to. This is the main event kind of thing. This is what brought all the boys to the yard. Okay, so this has been a tradition apparently in the town for about 20 years, and has become wildly popular with the attendees. So there's different rounds on this challenge. Apparently, each is based on certain skills and speed, and all the challenges are observed by judges to award discretionary bonus points for style and finesse. Basically, creativity. Magic items are allowed in this challenge, but they rarely earn points for style with judges. Nobody is permitted to cast any spell on or in any way affect the other contestants or their actions. Anyone doing so is immediately disqualified, and they are fined a pretty hefty fine, gold fine, and depending on their action, may or may not also have jail time. So they don't reveal what each challenge is until it's the time of the challenge, but there's going to be at least 3 rounds worth, and whoever gets the most points, you have so many points for first place in round, second and third, and whoever has the most points by the end of the third one will win. So, and again, there's money and magical items to be had as prizes.
Yeah, I'll
Sign
go.
me up.
Okay, so I heard Mordecai and
Celica, same deal?
Oh yeah, let's do this.
Yeah, let's do this.
I have a feeling by the time this event comes around, I'm going to be out of spell slots, so I'm going to pass.
Okay. So there are there are some other events, but again, these were kind of done. There's just some things that I was talking with Comey about and trying to resolve those while he was away, but we didn't have a game that day. So we're working in other choice games that he would like to play today actively and still have the resolutions for the other ones, because there were some wins, there were some losses. So let me see here.
Hey, Elodia, they're doing a performance later. Do you want to join?
Sure. Am I gonna regret this?
Oh, that was the that competition I told you about, but I don't think you ever
Ah.
read the results of. But
Okay,
I'll
yeah,
go
sure.
over that with you.
Mm-hmm.
A performance.
Yeah, you'll see in a minute. So,
Right. I have the performance skill. Is it open?
not anything that's with this is kind of on the side with this. So,
You throw off the thematic of the group.
yeah, you'll see what was going on with this. It's
All right.
Don't worry. You're dodging a bullet.
okay. Well, and I want Comey's perspective on this. Now, Comey, remember that thing I gave you with all the resolutions and what kind of happens? So I want you to tell everybody about the Maiden Fair.
One moment. As I need to sort for document. Because Willow has the bright idea. There's a pageant going.
A beauty pageant.
It's going to be a great team bonding exercise, guys. So I'm going to take all the NPCs with me, and we're just going to go have a great time. But come on, Discord, don't do this to me.
So I'll just describe at a the basic here. At a glance, it's a traditional beauty contest. All the entrants have to don special attire, basically a creative outfit competition, so to speak. There's a talent portion that's kind of mixed with that. And they're basically just giving it their all to see, who they impress with all the judges and the crowd in general. The winner of the Maiden Fair is crowned Maiden of the Fair, and later on is quote unquote would be wed, like a little joke wedding, to the winner of the Champion Combat Tournament.
Which is why I got to win that too.
And they also get a very ornate
Amazing.
tiara. So, on that note, did it ever load up for you?
Sorry, my computer is running a bit slow at the moment.
Okay.
I exited out entirely.
I don't want to exit out because I'm afraid I won't be able to get
Good.
back in.
and then it works. It fixed itself. Even the character sheet was weirding out last time. It had like thick black lines around some of the boxes, and then
Yeah.
the background was all weird. It just wasn't.
I blame Newt.
Yeah. Sounds about right.
No, apparently the population is higher than. it
No,
used
no,
to.
no. Blame Newt. Just blame Newt.
It's easier just to blame Newt.
So if I recall, Senosha went first. And Senosha's
Let me see. I'm trying to think of the order here.
because I think it was Senosha, Layla, the succubus, Willow.
Yeah, because you had the other contestant. I had to go scrolling down to the other paragraph with that. Yeah, Senosha had already gone up. So she attempted to impress the crowd with a combination of her various feats of strength with her minor magics to enhance the show with dancing lights and fireworks. Now, she wore a very revealing wrestling two-piece outfit that kind of really showed off her statuesque figure. Now, she was also oiled up from head to toe, which no doubt, Barth, I'm sure you had a hand or two in that, and you probably hated every minute of it. I know it must have been torture for
Absolutely.
Layla was up next. She had demonstrated her sharpshooting and trick shot abilities with her guns, making impressive shots. She kind of wore a little skimpy, almost like cowgirl style outfit, matching hat that let her little tiefling horns kind of poke through on the sides. She even playfully lassoed one of the other contestants at the end of her little lasso dance that she did. The succubus was in there from Willow's forced team exercise, and succubus clearly gave zero shits, was just having fun with the competition. She showed as much intent on winning as little as possible. She wore an outfit that was essentially tiny strips of leather and studded leather with collars and chains. It did blend in with her shackles, but it left nothing to the imagination. And her talent was basically deboning a turkey leg in one steady draw. So the crowd was just kind of okay. Now the nymph, let's see, she was going after Willow. So you want to go on what Willow's bit was?
What's that? I'm coughing. Fine, I don't need that long.
You only need one anyway.
Okay. Willow had the brilliant idea of, since she's always out there dancing to try to sell her weapons, she got herself a, those like Arabian style belly dancer outfits. Gold and black to blend in with the green tint. And then with her nice holy weapons began to dance and twirl, showing a rare grace that Willow does not show in anything else.
But there was lots of clappings and oohs and ahs from the crowd. That did a
Mordecai gets a nosebleed.
You
When did
and
we slip
Ponyboy.
into a hentai? I'm like, what the heck's going on?
But at the end of her little dance, the crowd was quite loud in their applause. But the nymph was the final act. So, let's see. So the nymph decided to dress in an outfit that was barely, I guess you'd call it a handful of colorful leaves that were strategically placed, to say the very least. And she had these fans that were like peacock feathers. So she essentially started doing a fan dance, but she wasn't trying to enthrall the audience as much as she was trying to enthrall a particular member of the audience.
Don't worry, Barth covered his eyes.
Thank you, Barth.
However, because of the nymph's focus on a targeted member of the audience instead of the actual performance itself, Willow actually won that event. She was pulled up on the stage and crowned the Maiden of the Fair. She was given an ornate tiara, which kind of celebrated her new title at the fair. So the audience around clapped. So, let's see. What does Willow do as she's crowned on here?
Now that I'm your queen, you'll all bow to me. Let the purge begin. No, she just does the happy little wave. for try. And unless some,
Mordecai whistles, does that really loud whistle, the wolf whistle.
yeah, now Bright Red, she is going to run off to get changed and continue.
Okay.
Back into full armor.
Yep, and going on to the next thing. So let's go on to. In fact, we'll probably just do these, I guess, in order.
Was there a Mr. Universe competition? I'm just kidding.
No,
start it.
no. There's.
Winner will start it.
In fact, speaking of stuff men here started, I'm going to go with some of the ones that we can probably do a little bit quicker here. So let's go with the hammer and axe. So, men here, you want to do both.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that the hammer will knock a wood in half. Because it is adamantine after all. It is a siege weapon, sir.
Well, it's less of doing the damage and more of I'm going to need you to make some strength checks for this hammer part of the competition.
Really?
Yes.
Okay. We're not doing it as a damage, man. Come on, Dave. The weapon.
Remember, it's not just the damage. You're doing this, trying to do it in the fastest time possible.
Okay.
So you're using your legs, your whole body, trying to do everything with it.
All right. So non-attack rolls. You want strength check?
Yeah. I want you to do some strength checks here.
Athletics or just regular strength?
Just regular strength checks.
Do I have advantage or no?
Do you have something that would grant you advantage, like a Barbarian's Rage or anything like that?
No, but I would argue that they are prone and they are non-moving, so they're easier.
They're also, they also don't have any discernible anatomies, so you would not get that advantage.
Okay, how many? How many want me?
I want you to make 10.
Good God.
Yeah.
It's only +5, Dave. I'm bound to roll crap at some point.
Well, hopefully just 10. You might have to make more if you roll really bad. Okay, good. Good. I know there's a... there it is. Okay, so first 3 here. I just need to make a note of this. All right.
Yeah, no.
Nope, that's fine. Go ahead. Keep doing. Okay, again. So you're having trouble in that 4th one. There you go. Smashing it. Smashing the 5th one. Okay, go again. So you're still on that other one there. Why is that one not loaded? Okay, a sec here. This is being... Ooh. Okay, you got 3 more left. Well, 3 more stones left to break. And they're getting pretty tough. Still on this 3rd to last. Still on the 3rd to last. Your hammer's coming down, cracking at it. These stones are made of... oh, okay, that one burst it. All right. You got 2 left.
This is way more than 10.
Yeah, I know, because you haven't broke them all in one shot. Okay, and you got the last one. So go ahead. Broke the last one. Let me tally this up here. 1, 2, 3. So 15. And I gotta do this.
across the board.
Yeah, it was decently good overall. That is, I'm pleased with the roll.
It took you a minute and a half to break all 10 of those to just rubble.
So, was everyone competing all at the same time?
Yeah, you have the other for the hammer portion. Now the axe portion is a little different. Well, I say a little different as it is instead of strength checks, you're making dexterity checks.
Oh well, I don't even enter this shit then. That's it.
You just give up after the
I'm
first couple.
ghost.
Okay, well, let me tally this up real quick because I do have. Let's see, that one did it in.
Well, I do the first couple easy ones and then just walk off.
Okay. Yeah, it's gonna be a lot different. Oh, I did a save. Oops. It's the same thing though.
All right. Well, using a hammer on a log is not as effective, apparently. So.
Yeah, he's like, nah, I'm good, and gives up and leaves after that.
On the plus side, though, men here.
Yeah.
You beat you actually won the event by 6 seconds.
Wait a minute. You're telling me that by him? Okay, hold on. So the event is the combination of the two.
No,
And he did
no,
so
not the
good
axe.
on
No,
the-
no. The axe one you didn't win. The hammer
Okay.
portion because there's other contestants there.
Yeah.
The next one that had the next best time, you
Okay.
beat by 6 seconds.
That's not that big of a spread for a minute and a half, Dave. He's depressed with himself.
So, well, just think about there's somebody else that was like keeping up with you, and that's impressive because you're not. These
Yeah.
aren't just like all granite. These are very in stone types.
Where's my belt of storm giant strength? Is what I.
Well, so here's what you've won, and I'll put this in the thing that you do have a choice.
Free ale for life. We're never leaving this town. I'm just saying.
Well, first you get 150 gold,
Okay.
and your choice of a +1 warhammer or a +1 battle axe. I know you want that axe, right?
Yeah, I'll take the +1 battle axe. Or were you being sarcastic?
I was being sarcastic.
No, I'll take the axe.
You really want it? Okay. I know you've been wanting a magical
Yeah,
hammer for a while,
Yeah, but a warhammer is not a maul, Dave.
but it's still a hammer.
I'm an elitist.
Okay. And of course, you get the obligatory gold medal and the corresponding fame for having. You are going to be known as the Hammer, or you could be like, oh God, what was it, the Dr. Chaos sing along with Captain Hammer? The hammer's my penis. You ever seen that with?
No, Dave. For once, your meme has gone over my.
Yeah,
You should-
Doctor Evil's sing along.
Yes, that is amazing.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see. So that was men here with that. So that has been done. Can I put?
That's a lot of damn strength checks, man. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I mean, it's 10 stones, and you got to break them. So, but you came out ahead on that. So let's see. Let's hold off on that one since you got yours there. Let's see. Here's one. Let's do the pie eating contest. It's Mordecai and Elodia.
I'll smile at Elodie and sit down.
Okay. So
What
yeah,
pie is it?
we'll say it's just like blueberry pie.
What if we're allergic to blueberry pie?
Then
It's gonna be a fast contest, then, isn't it?
Yeah, it would be a very interesting competition. So, but yeah, you both kind of push your way through the crowd and make your way towards the two long tables that are set up there. You can see the bakers there standing with the stacks and stacks of various pies. So they kind of push them into a little pile, and they everybody's kind of gathered. All of the contestants get ready at the table while everybody else just kind of on looks. So each, so Elodia and Mordecai, as you're seated, when they give the go, your characters are going to dive into their pies with their hands basically behind their backs. They're not tied, you're just kind of holding them behind your backs. So it's going to be a series of rounds, and each round is going to be a Constitution saving throw.
All right.
And the DC on this is going to slowly go up as you're eating more and more pie until you eventually you fail it and throw up.
I'm gonna roll a 1 on my first round. Let's do it.
All right. So with that, let's both of you make a Constitution saving throws. You both pass. All right. And let's see, just checking another contestant. All right, so make another one. This is round 2. Man, Mordecai's hungry. He brought his A game. So it's Elodia. Damn.
Holy shit!
Y'all are just like tearing at it. One contestant drops. All right, make another one. Ooh, nice. Oh no, Elodia's out. She puked.
Not my favorite pie.
Yeah. Poor Elodia. She couldn't do 3. And neither could this poor gentleman and this one here. Okay. All right, Mordecai.
How many people are left?
There are, besides you, 2.
Here we go.
Damn,
Ooh.
killing it. Killing it. And it's you and one other. That 2 does not make that DC on that.
Uh-oh.
Dude.
Well, on the plus side, the last one also failed on that one too, so it's a tie between you and this very skinny elven girl.
That works for me.
So,
I'm fine with a tie.
So you both are going to receive a pot of 100 gold.
Each?
Yes.
Very nice. I'll walk over to Elodia and offer to split the winnings with her.
Oh, you're
That's
so
nice.
sweet. I'm good, thank you.
You sure?
I'm sure.
Yeah, something tells me she was just doing it for the fun.
Yeah,
I think we're all pretty wealthy at this point, or
that's true.
comparatively.
I'm pretty poor.
You're
Where'd
just
all your
pretty.
money go?
I had to pay off a mafia.
Cocaine's a hell of a drug.
Oh no.
Yeah, that's what happened. I was back in Aurora, and they were like, "Oh, it's Don Willow. Give us your." And I gave him my money.
Sad story.
Yep, they took all 25,000.
I think she's lying.
I don't.
Okay, so let's do. All right. So do you want to? So Comey, do you want to tell them about Wild West Willow and her adventures?
The rodeo.
Yep.
Uh-oh, this would be slightly altered. I couldn't.
Well, we'll just substitute another. We'll just have the idea was sound, so we'll just say another horse and another means was introduced in that, since Nene is not present.
So you all see Willow notice that there's apparently a rodeo here. And she gets the most terrible of ideas.
Yeah, no, more so than normal.
Oh, it's brilliant, guys. I can talk to the animals. And I can make them my friends. And this is, of course, a great idea, for the first couple rounds until it's down to 2. Both fey creatures.
Well, you forgot the other thing is who she's competing against.
Yes, the other fey creature. Our dear sweet friend, the nymph. Who decides to cheat in the final round when they bring out the centaurs to ride, and you can't charm those things. Willow, of course, gets a nice, burly, mean centaur who manages to buck her off and almost stomp her face. Whereas the other centaur, everybody else recognized. And I'm going to have words with you, Barth, because she's riding our pony boy, Mr. I Have No Strength. And that's how she wins the second round.
But Willow did make out with a few items and an animal. So
she does come back with a horse, which she presents to Mordecai with a big smile on her face. I got us a horse.
Well, she not only got a horse, but you got the coin purse, this beautiful black war horse, and a gem saddle with it.
It's amazing. I'm a bit
She
jealous.
only comes back with the war horse, though.
The horse I bought from the stables isn't quite as handsome as this one.
Oh, you already got a horse?
Yeah, I said I was going to buy one, since I don't have chats.
But that's why I entered this entire thing, is to get you a horse.
Well, I happily pass along the horse I bought for this one. If you really want to give it to me, I certainly won't turn it down.
Okay.
What is his name?
Whatever you want it to be.
Let me ask him. Nay. Apparently it's brrr. I think that translates out to brrr in common.
I think you're playing a joke.
Mordecai, you do know this is Willow, right? I don't think she knows how to play jokes.
Hey.
He's a solid black horse. Solid black male horse. Name him Sauron, like my dog, who's solid black. The Dark Lord.
There you go. His name's now Sauron.
Okay. Wow, thank you. I love him.
Yay, we'll take good care of him, okay?
I will, yes.
Because we have a really bad track record with horses.
We do, yeah. I tied for first in the pie eating contest. So I signed up for two of the other contests, the Mage Duel and the Arcane contest.
Remember what I said about getting hurt? Because I've decided I'm going to tax you for the percentage of what I think you're. So if you get 100% hurt, I take 100% of your winnings.
Okay.
Wait,
And
you
he'll
agreed?
he'll give Willow a hug and then start walking off to the next competition,
He
Okay.
actually agreed to it.
He's-
leading Sauron on.
all right.
I'll pick up Abigail and set her on top of the horse. Let her ride.
Oh yeah, she's super psyched. She's just having the time of her life with that. So let's see. So I want to make sure I get to these two here for Barth and Aetherius. So one minor thing, Barth, is Senosha did enter another contest. This one was more of a wrestling one, or as they call it, Draco Goblin grappling. Kind of her forte with that.
Yeah, that's new.
So yeah, it's a standard wrestling match, and she wind up, of course, being seasoned vet within the ring with that. She did come up as a winner with that, so she did win a little coin purse, which she will, 400 gold. She has this big gold champion belt, and of course the fame at the fair with that. I want to get this one here, and then we can jump into the archery competition, and then some of the melee. So, Comey, you want to go over the Tour's Got Talent?
Lodi, it's time.
Okay.
I got us all matching outfits. It's all sparkly. Okay, so you're gonna be right here, and she just starts moving everybody into position.
So,
All right.
the what this is a singing and musical competition that Willow's been dying to join in, and there are 4 digits sitting along a wooden table in front of this, much like.
Can I hop into this, or is it already decided?
This is the one that you didn't want to be that you don't want to be a part of. It has a tragic ending. Plus,
Okay.
besides, it's a girls' band. I'm sorry, Mordecai.
I have the long hair.
I mean, we could bring you back to the nymph's bathwater.
Wow.
You're right. Okay, Mordecai. You're just gonna have to drink a lot of this water, and some things might last a little bit longer.
He frowns a bit. No.
Well, much like the beauty pageant, the stadium is quickly filling to maximum capacity. But on the bright side, Mordecai, you can be right at near the stage for attendance.
Sure.
So, who did you drag along in this competition, Willow?
Oh, we're bringing along Layla, Senosha, Elodia, the succubus, and the nymph.
So, hold on,
Okay.
Dance Troupe of Doom. Got it.
I mean, maybe it's not going to be maybe we're not the best dancers, but we can put the most heart.
That's true. I mean, you are trying to impress the judges with, I guess, would be considered a unique performance. And there's a lot of fierce competition here, but Willow has her secret weapon.
You're right. It's a scimitar.
Quite literally a weapon. So what is the matching attire that Willow has picked out for her dance troupe here?
So imagine the most sparkly of like a nice long white dress with as much sequence as you can possibly. It's if you shine a light on it, you can probably blind half the audience because sparkly is better.
So you just like white globs of light moving about on stage.
We're blinding them with our beauty and literally blind.
Fair.
And as the dance starts to go on, things are doing pretty well at the start, but one person here is not being a team.
And who would that person be?
A certain nymph, yet again focusing on a certain member of the audience. And Willow tries her best to, get her in line, and well, let's just say things start coming to below.
Push comes to shove, shove comes to fists.
Elodie, I need you to take care of the performance. I need to show her up. Elodie, why are you walking off stage?
Okay.
And yeah, Willow and the nymph get into a brawl.
All the shoving starts. And then one thing goes to another. And eventually Willow falls off stage during the scuffle.
Oh, wow. Can I try and catch her?
Well, yes. As basically, because everybody who attended this, all her friends are kind of in the same area. She lands on you, Roland, and anybody else that's kind of like in the area there. And pretty much. I mean, Willow's not really hurt other than her pride a bit. Of course, the audience is laughing, but they're laughing at the pony boy who just got knocked over, tackled by a dryad, and he pretty much runs out almost in tears just from embarrassment.
That boy's got to chill the fuck out.
I'm sorry, Elodia, I ruined it.
It's okay. I'm just making sure you're not hurt.
My big dream of becoming a dance star is ruined. My heart's broke.
It's okay. There's gonna be other contests that we can join.
I like the way
We'll
Elodia's
practice
thinking.
and we'll be better.
Okay.
Because
We're not allowing her back in the band, though.
Sure.
it's like a VH1 behind the story. Turmoil affects the band. So let's go with the archery contest with Lodia and Aetherius. Now this is broken up into 2 days, so we're going to do the first day's competition on this. So, as mentioned, standard archery competition, various targets at 50, 100, 200, 300 yards. You're given 8 non-magical ammunition, And you are not permitted to use any kind of magical equipment or weapons. So each of the targets themselves are worth the points of their yardage. So like the one at 50 is worth 50, the one at 200 is worth 200. They each get a little more difficult to hit, and plus there's also, you know, depending on your weapon of choice, range penalties. But you get to make your shots at each of the targets, and whoever hits the targets as many times as you'd like with your 8 shots, and whoever has the most points will advance. So the top 8 are going to be going on to the finals, which will be held on the next day. So, Elodie and Aetherius, what weapons are you using? Non-magical. You can use the same type of weapon, like if you have a bow, they can give you a bow with that.
Yeah, the same.
Okay.
Do they actually have a rifle?
You know, for this, I will say yes. Because they do
Alright.
have sharpshooting. Now, so you're going to be making attack rolls, essentially using your proficiency with the weapon. So your proficiency bonus, your dexterity bonuses apply to that, and a d20. So, but no other bonuses.
Alright, I'm just gonna take the magic bonus off of Blood Rifle and I just put it in parentheses. Just for my own simplicity's sake.
Yeah, whatever works with that. But what target here, now, before you roll, remember you have 8 shots each. There's a target at 50, 100, 200, and 300 yards. So,
Well, I can shoot it at 200 yards because I have sharpshooter, so I guess 200 yards. Lodia, would you like to go first?
Sure.
now, what is your... Where's the play characters? Alright. So, +5 from your dex alone, and 4 from your bonus, so it's +9 on that. And... yeah, because you got a miscellaneous modifier on there. Looks like 3, so just subtract 3 on there. So, but which one were you going for?
So wouldn't that be the fighting style?
Fighting style for her. Let me see.
I think it's like +2 archery.
+2.
She's getting a 3 from somewhere though.
One I think was like it's a magical bow, so I got the plus.
It sounds like she's getting +2 from the fighting style
And
and
one
+1
from the
from
weapon.
the bow.
Okay, that's what I'm
So
trying to break down
-3.
is the. So minus because fighting style still is apply because it's not a magical bonus. So, so it's just -1. So, but which one are you shooting at? And you know which ones you're shooting at.
Like what range?
Yep. Which one? Which of the ranges are you shooting at?
The 200.
Yeah, because some of them go beyond that, and we'll have disadvantage. Kind of important to know. So.
I got 200.
Okay, so 200. All right, and Aetherius. Now we
I'll
got that
shoot
set
the
up.
one at 200.
Okay. Should go a bit quicker than what we're looking at. Okay. mean, both of you shoot just fine hitting that 200. All right, next shot.
Say going for 300.
Now, if you go for 300, you'll be at disadvantage.
100.
Okay, go ahead. Make your attack. You hit the 100. All right, Therius.
Will I be at disadvantage if I shoot at the 200?
No. That's like.
Well, we're just gonna keep shooting it.
Actually, hang on. It's not your defeat. For the rifle, yes.
Just for the sake of the rifle, I'll just shoot the 100 then.
Okay. Hit. All right, go ahead and roll again. Remember, you have 8 shots, so that's only 2 out of
Okay.
8.
Going for the 200.
All right. William Tell be damned. All right. Lydia's just flying across. Some of the other contestants can't even hit like the 100 yards.
I'll shoot the 200 again.
Okay.
Damn, there are some good marksmen.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, they're just killing it. Go ahead, make your next shots. You're halfway there. Which one are you shooting at?
I'm just gonna keep going for the 200.
For the 200?
Yeah, honestly, I'm just gonna keep going for it too. Fuck it.
Okay, go ahead and roll. Oh, did not hit the 200. Lodi hit it though, but Therius did miss that one. All right, 5th shot. Another 200 hit for Elodia. Wow. Did not hit that. Hang on.
Damn, Melodia.
2 more. Keep our fingers crossed.
Hang on. We got an issue here. Why is this on here? Okay. Huh. I got some weird handouts like on here. There we go. Sorry about that. Some weird shit was going on. This. Get back to this one. All right. Ah, that'd be why nothing was kicking up. All right. So Elodia, 200 again. Oh my, what the hell? All right. I think I know what's going on, but go ahead, Aetherius. That time did hit the 200. Okay, that's 6. So you got both have 2 more shots left. Lodi has not missed a shot. Peppering that, and that one's also hit. All right, final arrow and fire, final bullet. Hits. Oh, that does not.
Poor Aetherius.
Poor Therius.
But he did take a lot of 200 shots here. Let me just check this against the competitors.
Dude, Aetherius should not feel bad. She is a sharpshooting fucking bow expert. She can like reach out way further than he can anyway. Her accuracy is stupid. No cover or range penalties for up to 600 yards. That's insanity.
Well, both of you did make it into the top 8, so you were both given a silver chain worth 250 gold pieces, and that basically shows that you're part of the Elite 8 status for the next day's competition. It also gives you a little bit of celebrity status for the duration of the festival, and you're each also awarded 10 gold pieces. The big prizes are the next day.
Okay, cool.
Yay! You two did it. Well, you're like pew pew pew. Although Aetherius, you were more like bang bang click click. What the? Damn this! Come
the
on.
last one, champ. It's like son of a.
We are lucky you're on our team.
This is very, very true. Let's see.
Yeah, actually, that is
Like,
weird. It's not that he. What were the rules on that? Couldn't he get another shot? That's a weapon malfunction, not a min. What's the technicalities?
The bullet kind of rolled out the front.
Bullet. Well, the bullet like blew up the barrel.
Oh damn!
So yeah, still counts as the shot. However, oh man. So we got the champion of combat, the 101 melee bracket. So, all right. Now you can use any non-magical weapon and any non-magical armor. So you basically have something equivalent to what you're wearing, just without the magical bonuses.
Alright.
All right.
We'll shoot up and plate and grab a sword and board.
Okay.
I just go as I am.
All right. And Barth.
What do you need?
So non-magical weapon and non-magical armor. So what are you going to be wielding? This is the 101 melee
longsword.
bracket. Longsword. Okay. And they
Plate
will
mail.
give you like the
Yeah.
armor stuff if you don't have it. They supply that. It's not like you have to go buy it or any crap like that.
Yeah.
Damn, all I have is this awesome magic stuff. Guess I can't go to the competition.
Mordecai just got a mound of magical items. All right, so
I have 4 attuned to me right now.
all right, so each of you are not paired against each other during the preliminary bracket here. You do have your other opponents here, so what you're doing here is you're going to be making attack rolls with your weapon, and your opponent's going to be making attack rolls with their weapon against you. You're essentially going to be whoever can get your opponent down first is going to be the winner of the 101. But you can feel free to embellish your combat flurries with this. I will have a map. There is a map ready for day 2 though, so because that one's a little more interesting.
And I'm allowed magic, right? I just can't be wearing magic.
Correct. They have nothing against any other magic other than the items you have cannot be magic. Weapon, the weapon and the armor.
The only reason I didn't join this one was because I needed my
So
spell slots
just
for
the
other
weapon and the
ones.
armor, or
That's all they specified. So if you want to try to
So
take
if you
liberties
have-
with that, you may.
so what you're saying is if I had some other magical items that aren't armor, say like a cloak, would that be allowed?
You can most certainly try and see if it's allowed.
Well, I'm going to ask the judges:
I
is
mean,
this cloak protection
yeah.
allowed?
They will allow the other items into the tourney.
All right then. So I have my cloak of displacement,
Wow, wow, wow.
and I'm going to also cast mirror image. So now there's like 4 of me.
There's so many Barths. So no, she's just on the side, cheering you on with her championship belt. All right, so let's see here. Let's start with Barth, since he has not had a chance to go yet. All right, we will do... I'll just let you guys go first, just so we don't have to do an initiative track or anything like that. That'll be for the other day, because, again, that one's a little more interesting. So, Barth.
Yes.
Would you like to make an attack on your opponents, or would you like to defend against your opponents? Would you like to do something else?
I think I'll make an attack against my opponent.
Okay, and your opponent is this large, burly human with very dark tan skin, wearing just kind of like this scale mail, has a great sword, and is just like kind of charging at you. So go ahead.
Does Barth have the item I gave him on?
The wings of flying?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess so. I don't see why he wouldn't have attuned to that. It's not like he used anything else that he would attune to in that open slot.
Okay, I just wanted to ask because I already erased the items from my character sheet, so I hope everyone's written them down.
I think I still have some of the notes from what you were getting before too, so if you need some other things, I may have that. But I don't have every detail that you had because I wasn't privy to all the conversations. Anyway, oh my goodness, that is a beautiful hit on this poor bastard. All right, you make a deep gash into his chest with the long sword, and he is going to try to swing at you here, Barth. And does a 16 hit?
No.
Okay, you quickly, very agile like a cat, duck from this wild great sword swing. All right, would you like to make another attack on him?
Yes, I do believe we will.
And you can also use your fighter ability, class abilities, like the repost and all that stuff during this too. There's nothing against that.
All right.
Okay, so yeah, that hits him again, tags him. He is, that second slash has got him actually bleeding pretty good. He's like, you can see the fight's being taken out of him pretty quick. He is going to swing again, and a 12 is not going to hit you. All right, so no. Barth.
We're gonna as he misses, I'm going to spend a superiority die to use my riposte.
And yeah, that will drop him down. He only had 30. All right.
He will after finishing, he will turn to the audience and strike a bow with a big flourish.
All right, and there's cheers. It was a quick fight with that, but then there's also like 32 people in this thing, so there's a lot. All right, let's get Willow because she hasn't had a lot of actual ones that actively we're rolling for.
Right, so this poor competitor is about to have a really bad. Because I'm going to go ahead, burn 2 spell points to quicken.
Okay, and your competitor, by the way, has 2 hand axes. Seems to be a half elf with kind of a long brown ponytail and seems to have chainmail armor on.
That should not be charisma. That should be wisdom. Let me check. But yeah, time to make that wisdom save.
And that is a fail.
Oh, well, this is... So I'm going to take my first attack and not aim for him. I'm going to aim for his weapon.
All right, now he's got one in each hand. He's got little axes in each hand.
Well, he's now missing one, and I'm going to go ahead and grab that. And if he wants to try to break free before I take his other weapon.
Yep. Give me a second here. I'm waiting for my result because it's slow. And unless your DC was a 9, he failed.
Well, I'm going to disarm the... And I'll go ahead and grab that. And to end my round, I'm going to drop the whole person. Got to put on a show.
All right. And he is going to try to charge you. Ooh. Does a 18 hit?
Not even close. She bats him away with the shield.
Okay. All right, and we'll say that he needs to make a dex save. And gets a natural 1, which makes him the hit is going to make him lose his balance, and he is going to fly off the runway. All right, Menhir.
Menhir withdraws from the contest.
What? Why?
Just cause, man, he don't want to fight his friends, and obviously the rules are not to his liking either. So he just won't participate in that.
Okay.
Are you sure, dude?
Yeah, I'm sure, man. I don't want it, dude. If I participate, it'll get down to me, you, and Barth. And then y'all are cheater, pumpkin eaters with magic and stuff. I can't compete with that. Minner's not so prideful that he's not gonna know when he can't do something. He's not ridiculous, so he won't even participate. Pride goeth before the fall. Which is worse? Deciding not to participate, or getting your ass humiliated and whooped easily like you just did that guy? Which is worse?
Probably
think-
not participating.
Bullshit, dude. You're so. Because now no one knows why he didn't participate. Maybe
Well-
he's busy doing something.
Well, Men here could also pull out his own secret weapon, which is just show up to the next bout pantsless. Ultimate distractions. No matter how you want to calculate that.
No, it's all good, man. For real, it's cool.
Like, Barth would probably be averting his eyes. He'd be blinded. Say. Okay.
Technically, he'd disqualify himself because his armor is magical. Technically, even though it has no aura, it does count as magical.
Alright, well, with that, Barth and Willow will be granted the Elite 8 status. They're given a silver chain for the Champion of Combat event, and they'll also have the extended celebrity status. They're also awarded 40 gold each. And the next day is when the event will continue for the semifinals. All right. Let's see. It's going to be 2 for that. Haven't done that one yet. So, So as the day's getting closer to an end with the competitions here, there are some other events that are going on. And Comey, do you want to talk about one of the other events? The special event?
The most regrettable decision made.
Well, I think that one comes after, but yes.
You know, Men here sad. Roland sad.
What? I didn't say nothing about Minner being sad. Minner's pragmatic.
It's okay. We're gonna cheer him up. Do you have any ideas? Nessie?
I think I have an idea here to cheer them up. Trust me, all men love this.
Don't fuck the
Oh,
centaur.
no.
We need you. We need him pure.
Okay,
No.
well, I'm trusting you. You wouldn't fuck me over, would you?
Well, no, but look at this way. You'll also get a little payback on that little Fey harlot there.
I like your idea. Let's do it.
All right, so apparently Willow is making sure Men here is invited, and Roland. And who else does she invite? Does she invite like all her friends or just select people?
No, we're gonna invite everybody.
Why do I feel like something happened behind the scenes that we don't know
'Cause
about?
it did.
And it's being adjudicated now.
Well,
Because I wasn't supposed to be here last week.
Oh, okay. So is this downtime stuff?
No, this is stuff that happened during like the other event. These
Oh,
are other
okay.
events that were going on while everybody was
Never
doing
mind.
their own events.
I was about
This
to
is
say,
stuff
I
that
was-
would have happened if we'd actually played last week, but since basically everyone couldn't make it last week and we didn't play, but this stuff was already decided beforehand,
Gotcha.
so it's
Gotcha.
happening now.
Yeah, you're kind of
Okay.
Yep.
seeing the results of Willow. Anyway, so yeah, you're kind of brought into this area that it's got this rinky-dink, like it almost looks like a dirt, like almost fighting pit, but a very small one, just square. It's got a couple of posts, wooden posts at the corners, a couple, just like 2 rows of ropes going around, just kind of form the boundaries of the makeshift ring. And you can see that this looks like something that was done last minute. And you see Willow kind of talking with some representatives of the fair. And they're just kind of, shaking hands. And Senosha's going to be a part of this as well. She doesn't look super happy. She's kind of doing this on Willow's behalf. So what you see set up here is there's a crowd forming, and you start to figure out why. The Willow, Senosha, the nymph, and the succubus. Let's see. Where was it? Wasn't yeah, and Layla was here. So something, I guess Barth and Athurius would be here if they want to be.
I suppose I'd be there
Okay.
since Willow invited him.
So basically, there is an impromptu little mud wrestling match about to happen. And all the girls are in little 2-piece outfits. However, it looks like Layla may be the referee for this. So she's not actually wrestling.
I don't understand any of this, but if it lets me beat up them.
So, yeah. So apparently the teams are... It's a tag team event. The Nymph and Senosha versus the Succubus and Willow. And it starts off with Senosha and the Succubus in the ring.
Oh no.
Well, I mean, Senosha's just got that look on her face like she's not messing around. She takes these kind of bouts, like actual fighting bouts, very seriously. So this style of bout is not really like, it's part of the reason why she's not happy with it, but she's about to whoop some ass. And of course they Layla just lets them, fight. The crowds, that's kind of drawing theirs, cheering. The girls in the ring, Senosha and the Succubus, are slipping about, getting covered in mud. And
Man,
what?
this is like putting Chun-Li in a mud wrestling match.
Is Barth complaining?
Not particularly. He's he's
So, I have one thing I want to say. All right, everyone that's not part of this fight, let's put on some bets. Who's gonna die first?
That is a interesting bet. So yeah, go ahead and place some bets there as the crowd is cheering at the contest going on.
I put down a platinum on Senosha.
Senosha's-
Yeah, I'll put one on Senosha too.
All right.
wow. Thanks, guys.
She's gonna win. Let's be honest here.
Then why are you betting on her losing?
No, they're betting
No,
on her
we're
winning.
not.
Yeah,
We're
we're betting
betting
on
on her
her winning.
I mean, you said
Like,
who's
we're-
gonna die first.
We
And
know
then-
Senosha.
I mean, yeah.
Oh, I got it. Yeah, the bet is who's gonna die first, and then we swap back to who's gonna.
Well, we're obviously betting on Sonosha winning because we know that she's not going to be the one dying. It's
Yeah.
most likely going to be the other three. I'm betting on it's going to be the nymph first, the succubus, then Willow.
Well, speaking of, as the two are in the ring wrestling, so what does Willow see? What does she start to notice?
That Layla got the better
Outfit, yes.
the better role. Yeah, that nymph isn't paying attention to our damn men.
Nope, no, she is not.
Yeah, Willow is gonna go in.
Welcome back. All right, so you throw your hand out for attack. So yeah, the succubus is having quite a difficult time against Sonosha, as the rest of you have guessed.
Why do you keep doing this to yourself, Comey?
So while the succubus does look like she's an experienced grappler, like she's not a stranger to martial combat, the Sonosha has got her primal rage going for her. So you got an enraged half-orc monk barbarian in there, just like beating up a succubus. However, she does manage to get free from Sonosha's grasp, and just kind of leaps across the ring and slaps Willow's hand to get the tag to get the hell out of there. So now it's Willow and Sonosha. What did you do? What does Willow do?
Willow's gonna charge past Sonosha and get after that fucking nymph.
So Sonosha,
Oh my fucking god.
Sonosha sees this, and Willow.
Oh, she's gonna get suplexed.
Well, first, she sees a charging Willow, and who's telegraphing her move, like just charging at her. So Sonosha just kind of gets out of the way, and is kind of confused for a moment as Willow just runs right past her, charging at an oblivious nymph. What do you do when you reach the nymph, who is not paying attention at all to the match?
I think we'll clothesline her. Give her a nice welcome to the ground.
So with a forearm to the back of the head and neck, she kind of flies backward, like off the little side area that the ring's at, and Layla just starts laughing as this happens. I mean, she's literally like buckled, bent over, laughing at the scene here. The nymph just flying off, landing on her ass. Let's see. So Sonosha's just kind of standing around, kind of confused as what just happened here. What is Willow doing?
I guess I will drag her into the ring. Let's get this match started. Come on, guys! I need some cheering.
Mordecai is just staring dumbfounded.
So, yeah, you're dragging her into the ring, and Sonosha, as she's seeing this, still, she's trying to figure out, like, she's the legal person, and you are, but she's like, you're focusing on her. While that happens, the succubus comes up from behind to give Sonosha some receipts from Sonosha's previous beatings earlier. So, as you pull the nymph in, she kind of she's buckled over, like you have her head down, like by your midsection, and then she just kind of kicks the ring post to give her extra leverage and just tackles you down, Willow. So you're in the mud with her. And the succubus and Snowshoe are just like duking it out, just like fighting each other. So, what is Willow doing as she's basically getting her face smashed, pressed into the mud here? It's almost like the nymph is trying to drown Willow in mud.
Well, that's something she can try. But we are connected to the mud, which means we're connected to the ground, which means that we can start casting Entangle and bind her.
All right. So, yeah, you start to you do your best for the spell, and you manage to get off the gestures and the words to get the entanglement as she starts getting the like these vines and things are coming up through the mud and grappling her. She tries to pull away from it, lets you go so your face isn't being shoved into the mud, and she does manage to break free of the entangle, but in doing so, she just kind of topples into like Layla and Senosha. So everybody now is just taking a dive in the mud. So there's just a dog pile in this mud pit right now. What is Willow doing?
Beat up my friends in front of my other friends. Sounds like a great idea to me.
This is where Willow starts suplexing people.
You joke.
All right, well, what does Willow do?
She's suplexing people.
Okay. Wow. All right. So some people start standing up from the dog pile. People are getting up. Succubus comes up kind of first, and she seems to like have this even more devilishly grin on her face. Willow is suplexing the nymph, and Senosha is kind of getting up with, Layla's trying to stand up and is slipping. That's when everybody at attendance realizes what has just happened. More particularly Menhir and Roland. And I will say also Menhir. The succubus did not come up empty-handed. In her hands are the tops of all the other contestants, including Layla's, as she throws them, and they land on Menhir, Roland, and Mordecai's heads. The crowd goes wild. The cheers are deafening, and the girls don't quite realize this until it feels kind of breezy. So, the succubus just kind of shouts, "Now that is the best apology you could give a man, and that could ever hope for." And she just laughs as she flies off out of the ring, clothes intact. Not that she really cares, but what is Menhir's and Mordecai's reactions to this?
Mordecai is completely stunned to the point where it doesn't even register to take the mud-covered thing off of his face. He's just kind of standing there in utter shock.
Okay, Menhir, seeing this every day, is not stunned at all. He calmly gathers up their garb and holds it out in one arm and walks over to the pit. He says, "Ladies, your garb's been took there. You might want to cover yourself."
Layla casts darkness.
Well, actually, she casts invisibility and gets the fuck out of there.
Damn you.
They're just little muddy footprints running out. But yeah,
Somebody cast
Does she
darkness.
snatch her garment from his arm as she runs away? That
well, I mean, she's invisible. She can just get out of there and go get dressed.
Mordecai kind of runs up on stage and pulls off his robe and drapes it over Willow. So now he's just standing there in his skivvies.
Aetherius just starts pointing and laughing.
Right, so Willow is completely embarrassed at this point. Is going to grab hers and then proceed to sprint off.
With Mordecai's cloak, robe.
The centaur boy passed out from that, so he just fainted he must be half fainting goat.
Mordecai's not bad looking either. That tornado charisma they're showing through now.
I mean, if you want to go in
Oh, you mean 20 inches? We got you now.
if you want to go into that that men's competition, men here can step up on stage.
I mean, I'll do a men's competition if there is one.
I mean, it's not anything. This wasn't even an official planned event. This was like impromptu that they worked with the judges for.
Mordecai just sighs and walks off the stage in his skivvies.
So, all right. So you help cover the girl.
Barth goes over to Senosha, offering his cloak. Well, that was certainly something.
She seems more disappointed that she didn't get to win the match. That it ended impromptu, but she still kind of hugs you and all that, and because you're showing them you care and all that. So she's just kind of clutching onto you underneath the coat.
I'll mark down a platinum lost, I guess.
Actually, who won?
The audience won.
I'll go try and find Willow.
So, Willow, do you want to tell him what he would walk up to during the aftermath of that other event?
It would take a while to find Willow, but you'd find her
Did there be
at a burning barn.
What the fuck?
Just completely pale faced. Just
Oh.
actually dressed, staggering.
I run up and pull out the decanter of endless water and try and put out the fire.
And you do.
Minner's like, what the hell? I got all these garments here and the women didn't even get them. Good lord, he drops them in the mud, walks off.
It's not the first time Meteor's had artifacts from, pretty women just being left about in his presence.
Hello, are you okay?
That's why he's not excited about it. It's like an all the time occurrence.
She just shakes her head and just kind of keeps on walking.
Mordecai puts a hand on her shoulder, like, what happened?
I need a drink.
Fine, let's go get you one.
Hey Mordecai,
Yeah?
if you fail your god, what generally happens?
It's very, it's not great, but depends on the circumstances. Please tell me what happened.
So, as you go to the adjoining the tavern, where you had trying to get the rooms and everything, you both enter in there. It's calmed down a bit in there. You do see a familiar face in there, sitting at a table in the back of the tavern. You see the nymph sitting alone, drinking from a pint of ale, with several empty tankards already littered across the tabletop.
Oh, hey, how are you doing?
So you go over there to talk to her?
Yeah, she's probably having a rough day too right now, Mordecai.
What? Please tell me what happened.
Well, I walked in on a deranged centaur. I tried helping him, and then a succubus threw a fireball at me. And I'm doing fine. I'm doing fine. Everything's fine.
Where are they?
Well, I don't know where the succubus is, but Roland, you can go find him back in the.
What do you mean? Is he alive?
A drink. I really need a drink.
So we can bring him to the temple. I have a favor from the Temple of the Platinum Sun, if there is a temple here.
Well, you can bring the bits of him to the temple.
Is that bad? Maybe we can find someone else.
Well, I'm pretty sure he's not pure anymore. Considering how deranged he was when I found him, and you might want to go look for that succubus. I'm just gonna sit here and have a drink.
So, as you sit,
Fine.
as you sit at the nymph's table, Willow, she doesn't even stop drinking. Just lets the grog run down her chin and over front of her chest. Ah, hey. How you doing?
About how you're doing.
Come to gloat, have you? Figures you won. You happy now? You got what you wanted, and fucked me over in the process. She raises her thumb towards you, Willow. Just, great job. Rolls her eyes at you and just continues drinking.
My goal is for us to all be friends. What do you?
She slams the tankard down and clears the table, just swooping her arm across, knocking the tankards everywhere. Don't fuck with me, Willow. You not only stopped me from carrying out Newt's will, her will with the pony boy, but you managed to make the boy feel even worse. And you even got him killed on top of that. When his spirit touched the Feywild, Newt felt his presence. She was extremely upset. Upset with me. Now I'm in exile. Vanished. Forbidden not to never enter paradise again. But also other Fey won't even acknowledge my presence now. I'm cursed to this world to rot and die. Never return to my people. Thanks for that.
You're welcome. Glad to be a help.
Well, Willow, that's when you notice that there's something wrong here. You notice a visible white streak forming in the nymph's once perfect chestnut hair. You taking a closer look, you can see that the nymph's perfection is slowly fading away from her with every passing moment. Soon, this being of once perfect beauty is becoming nothing more than a feeble old woman devoid of anything that once defined her existence. And the former nymph, just begins to sob over another tankard of foul-smelling grog as she lets out this long, silent cry in great pain. If she keeps aging at this rate that she's doing before you, you figure that she'll probably die of old age before sunrise.
Well, if Newt's upset, that sounds like a mission for Bart.
Bart,
Well,
think
fuck,
what's-
this is your problem, Willow.
Bart!
I'd like to note that Mordecai has left the bar.
Okay, well,
Willow has told Mordecai to find the succubus. That's where he's going.
right. Well,
Oh,
I'm
dear.
gonna fix the nymph issue right now. And oh, that's a really bad idea now that I think about it. Is anybody else here in the town?
I mean, you got like the barkeep and like one of the tavern wenches that's, trying to clean up the tankards that she just threw across the room.
I need a party member. Is there any party members in the?
That would be a no.
Right.
Because Mordecai left. He went to go find the succubus.
Okay. Step one. Hey, serving boy.
And this lad just kind of pips up from behind the bar. Looks like he was trying to either clean something or put something away. And yes, ma'am.
Willow takes out 10 platinum and just slams it down. You're taking a 5-minute break. I need you to find one of these people, and she's going to describe Elodia, Barth, Menhir, Aether. You're going to tell them that Mordecai is chasing after Nessie, and he needs help, and to go find him and the others as soon as possible.
Okay. Where should I start looking for these people?
I guess in.
You're literally telling a stranger to go look for strangers.
Why are you asking me questions? I need to slap more money down. They're probably in another tavern or still nearby where they set up a mud ring not too far from here.
Oh, they probably wandered off from the mud ring.
Well, that's a place to start.
Okay, he'll start at the mud ring looking for everybody to try to pass the message along. So, but yeah.
And you. I'm gonna lay on hands 5. The
Okay.
she is now sober.
Cruel.
No, cruel is letting you sit here and waste away until you're dead. Now get up. We're gonna fix.
And she's, just getting older by the moment, and she's, what do you care?
How many times must I say I'm trying to be your and I'm trying to save the world. Now I can just let you sit here and die, or you can get up and we can try to fix.
All right, and with that, I think this is a good spot for us to stop at.
Oh. We didn't have the arcane tournaments.
And then we cut back to the
Oh, there's
To
the,
the-
do we have the other contest? There's 3 days for these events.
and then we cut back
So
to the other
they're-
barn where
Oh,
Lizard Man is snacking on roasted centaur chunks.
So they're not.
God damn it.
The arcane tests aren't on the first day.
No, there's they saved that for like the last thing.
Oh,
The last, yeah, they because that's what everybody wants. So they do all these other
I'll see y'all
tournaments and,
later.
and plays. Take it easy, man.
See you.
Y'all be good.
Take care.
They do that first, and then once these other champions go and they do all the little festivities, the final day is where they do the insane arcane challenge because that's the main event. So